आई है, इसको कह सकते हैं आपके इमेजिनरी एक मीडिया कंपेन के हिसाब से आई है। और मीडिया कंपेन जो की है ना उन्होंने, वो रिस्पॉन्सिबल मीडिया ने नहीं की। वो उनकी वार रूम था, जहाँ उनका जो आप कह सकते हैं कि उनके जो मेंबर थे, जहाँ उनके जो लीडर थे, उन्होंने इतना झूठ का फैलाव किया इस सोशल मीडिया पर कि माइंड पोल्यूट कर दी लोगों को। जो एस्टेब्लिश पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज़ हैं उनसे उन्होंने भटका दिया। और अब उनकी जिम्मेवारी है पंजाब को संभालने की, जो उन्होंने वादे किए, जो प्रॉमिस किए, उनको पूरा करने की, वो कर नहीं पा रहे। पंजाब बहुत छोटा सूबा है और उसके सोर्स ऑफ जो है ना रेवेन्यू जनरेशन दैट आर वेरी 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 लेस। बट जो उन्होंने दे दिए, प्रॉमिस किए लोगों के साथ, उसको वो पूरा नहीं कर पा रहे। इसलिए वो कोई ना कोई अभी तो ये बाहर पंजाब के है ना, आप देखिए महीने 2 महीने में कोई और ऐसा इशू रेज करेंगे वो लोग।
All right, my colleague Aniruddha has brought us this exclusive interview, is joining us live on the broadcast now. Aniruddha, we can see how the SGPC, the Shiromani Gurudwara Prabandhak Committee executive member, is openly defending this man who is a Khalistani sympathizer. He's calling him innocent. This is a body that is responsible for the maintenance and the upkeep of Gurudwaras. This is a shocking statement coming in.
Yes, in fact, Rakshita, this is a very big revelation that has been made by Bhagwan Singh Sialka, whom we met today morning in Dibrugarh, and he has spoken exclusively with Republic Media Network, where he has said that they are committed to give legal aid to Amritpal and his aides. Meanwhile, yesterday, the 3-member team led by Bhagwan Singh Sialka met with the inmates at the Dibrugarh Central Jail, the members of Waris Punjab Day, who are associates of Amritpal Singh, who have been lodged at the Dibrugarh Central Jail. They met with them, and also they had met with the lawyers who are assisting the entire process here in Dibrugarh, and had a deliberate, had a detailed meeting, in fact, on what will be the next legal course of action. And also we are getting to know that the members of the Waris Punjab Day who are lodged at Dibrugarh Central Jail had already sent a representation to the court earlier, but that representation was rejected, and now they will be approaching the court in a fresh manner again. Meanwhile, speaking to Republic Media Network, Bhagwan Singh Sialka has also said that they have been sent. They have not made it clear who have sent them to take stock of the situation, or who are actually behind these, as far as providing legal assistance, or for that matter the entire support to Waris Punjab Day is concerned. However, they have maintained one thing, that yes, there is no grounds for NSA on Amritpal Singh. This is what Sialka has said, and has also slammed the Punjab government for absolute failure in maintaining law and order situation in the state. They have accused the state government for its failure, and have said that it is only because of the state government that the law and order situation deteriorated, and how Waris Punjab Day actually came into the limelight, or into the forefront of the entire issue. Rakshita.
All right, let's take a listen into this exclusive interview that Aniruddha brought us here with the SGPC executive member there, where he has openly backed Amritpal Singh on camera.
अमृतपाल सिंह और उनके तमाम साथियों के खिलाफ NSA लगाया गया है। यहाँ पर भी डिब्रूगढ़ में जितने भी लोग गिरफ्तार होकर के जेल में है, उनके खिलाफ भी NSA की तहत कार्रवाई हो रही है। इस पर आप क्या कहेंगे? इस पूरे मामले को आप किस तरह से देखते हैं?
देखो, लगभग 30 लोग अभी तक गिरफ्तार हैं, और उनमें से 8 पर NSA लगाई गई है। और जो ग्राउंड्स ऑफ NSA हमने लिए हैं ना, उनको हमने रात को स्टडी भी किया। उनमें कोई कंटेंट ऐसा नहीं है जिससे हम कह सकें कि NSA उन पर जी है वो लगेगी, जहाँ वो आगे चल सकेगी। ये सिर्फ एक शगुफाबाजी है गवर्नमेंट की, पंजाब गवर्नमेंट की, और उसमें वो तो गवर्नमेंट ही बता सकती है कि क्यों ऐसा कर रहे हैं।
आपका अभी फ्यूचर कोर्स ऑफ एक्शन क्या होगा, क्योंकि आप यहाँ पर सभी लोग जानते हैं कि आप एक बहुत ही प्रसिद्ध लॉयर है, आप यहाँ पर आए हैं, तो क्या आप जो लोग गिरफ्तार हुए हैं या फिर फ्यूचर में भी अमृतपाल सिंह को आप लीगल असिस्टेंस देंगे?
देखो, अभी तो अमृतपाल सिंह जो वो उसका पता नहीं वो कहाँ है। अगर जब भी वो सामने आएगा तो उसको लीगल असिस्टेंस तो देंगे ही, हम नहीं देंगे। इवन एवरीवन हैज़ राइट टू गेट लीगल असिस्टेंस एंड गवर्नमेंट इज ड्यूटी बाउंड टू गिव लीगल असिस्टेंस टू एनीवन हु इज कन्फाइंड इन द जेल। इवन आप देखिए, कसाब को लीगल असिस्टेंस दी गई थी, और अमृतपाल ने क्या कर दिया। अमृतपाल ने जो भी उसकी स्पीच आप जब भी देखेंगे ना, उसकी स्पीच इस लेवल की नहीं है कि उसके लिए ये मेरे साथ हैं एडवोकेट मनदीप सिंह सिद्धू, ही इज़ वेरी इंटेलिजेंट पर्सन, एंड मिस्टर रोहित शर्मा। हम 3 जहाँ पर आए हैं, हमारी ड्यूटी लगाई गई थी, और इसका कोर्स ऑफ एक्शन आगे का जो है ना, वो वहाँ इसको चैलेंज करेंगे हम पंजाब एंड हरियाणा हाई कोर्ट में, क्योंकि वहाँ का है ना जो मैटर जे वहाँ का है। और ये तो गवर्नमेंट हमें याद दिला रही है अंग्रेज़ों की, जब उन्होंने कभी रंगून में डाल दिया, कभी मांडले की जेल में डाल दिया, महारानी जिंदा को वहाँ चनार के किले में डाल दिया। ये मैं समझता हूँ कि बहुत गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पंजाब की बड़ा आप वो उसकी फेलियर तो है, बट उसकी कार्रवाई भी बहुत नीवें सत्र की।
All right, there you heard Mr. Sialka speaking there. Aniruddha remains with us here on the broadcast. We heard how Mr. Sialka continues to support here in this exclusive interview, Aniruddha, and he says that he's ready to offer legal aid, that he himself is an eminent lawyer, and openly he is in fact comparing the state government to colonialists and saying that he will extend legal support, going on to say, call them in fact calling Amritpal a political prisoner.
Yes, Rakshita, in this exclusive interview, Bhagwan Singh Sialka has compared the Punjab government with the colonists, and also have pointed out how Amritpal Singh and his associates are actually political prisoners. Meanwhile, we also would like to focus that on the NSA that has been slapped. Talking about the NSA, Sialka has said that those who have been arrested under NSA and they should have been actually arrested as political prisoners, and that some basic special privileges should have been given to them. This is what Bhagwan Singh Sialka has said. And as far as also we asked on the claims which were made by Gurupatwant Singh Pannoon and the threat that was issued to Assam Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sharma, and speaking about the claims of torture and atrocity on the inmates at the Dibrugarh Central Jail, the SGPC executive member Bhagwan Singh Sialka has clearly refuted that and said that the prisoners who are lodged at the Dibrugarh Central Jail. What is Punjab? The members at the Dibrugarh Central Jail are in healthy and very good condition, and there are no complaints from their end regarding any mistreatment. This is what Bhagwan Singh Sialka has said. And however, on speaking on the threat that was issued to Assam Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma by Gurpatwant Singh Pannun, Bhagwant Singh Sialka has said that he have no clear knowledge on that, and he won't like to comment on that. This is what he had said. Rakshita.
Absolutely. In fact, as you mentioned about the threat to Mr. Himanta Biswa Sarma, let's actually listen into that part of that interview that you brought us here, where he is actually talking about that report and where a threat was issued to the Assam Chief Minister. Let's listen in at that part.
इस पूरे मामले में देखा गया कि एक फ़ोन आता है असम के तमाम मीडिया के लोगों को, गुरपतवंत सिंह पन्नून का, और मुख्यमंत्री डॉक्टर हिमंता बिस्वा शर्मा को थ्रेटनिंग दिया जाता है, और ये भी इल्ज़ाम लगाया जाता है कि जो भी यहाँ पर डिब्रूगढ़ जेल में लॉज है उनके साथ बुरा बर्ताव किया गया है। कल आप आए, इनसे मिले, और ये जो पूरा मामला हुआ गुरपतवंत सिंह पन्नून का फ़ोन आना, ये करना, इसको आप किस तरह से देखते हैं?
देखिए, जो लोग एनएस में डिटेन्ड होते हैं ना, उनके कुछ स्पेशल राइट्स हैं। दे आर पॉलिटिकल प्रिजनर्स, दे आर नॉट क्रिमिनल्स। इनके कुछ राइट्स वो गवर्नमेंट ने जे असम में हो, जे मेघालय में हो, वो सभी उनको प्रोवाइड करने हैं, और उसमें इनका कोई ऐसा होता नहीं कि इन पर कोई टॉर्चर किया जाए, इनको जान पर इंटेरोगेशन दूसरा ऐसा नहीं होता, ना उनको किया है। बट जो आप बोल रहे हैं, ये हमारे कान में जब से हम आए हैं तब से ये आ रहा है, हम सुन रहे हैं कि गुरपतवंत पन्नू का फ़ोन आया। हमें अभी तक कोई फ़ोन कॉल, उसकी कोई कॉल डिटेल, कोई उसकी वीडियो, कोई ऑडियो हमें अभी तक कोई मिली। और ये भी नहीं कह सकते, आप भी नहीं कह सकते, हम भी नहीं कह सकते कि क्या वो कॉल जो है, कॉल रिकॉर्डिंग या जो भी वो ऑडियो है वो उसकी है या किसी और की है। मे बी दिस ए प्लॉट, एंड हम इस पर कोई कमेंट नहीं करना चाहते, क्योंकि इसके बारे हमें पता ही नहीं।
All right, we're getting some more breaking news in the Amritpal case, and this coming in from Punjab police sources. Punjab police sources say that as Papalpreet is being flown out of Punjab, he has revealed some details regarding his role in hiding of Amritpal Singh, Waris Punjab Day chief. Now, sources say that they both got separated on the 28th, 29th of March, and since then, they are not in touch with each other. And Amritpal is not in touch with any local support system for now. He is in contact with some people sitting abroad via internet calls, and foreign support system is guiding Amritpal Singh in his escape by providing shelter at different places in Punjab. That is big. That is a big breaking news that is coming in, a big input as far as this Amritpal Singh case is concerned. And my colleague Gursimran is joining us live on the broadcast for more on this. Gursimran, this is a big development here. Of course, the arrest of his close aide Papalpreet Singh has made many revelations there, many significant revelations there. And what we are seeing is that a foreign support system is now helping him how to hide in the state of Punjab. This is very shocking.
Yes, there is a clear and evident support that he's getting from the abroad. Those handlers or his associates, those who are sitting in abroad, are helping Amritpal to get different hideouts in the Punjab only. This has come into fore during the investigation. That is, we are told that 6 to 10 hours long investigation has gone on since yesterday post-arrest of Papalpreet that has taken place yesterday morning, that we are told, from the Kathunangal area. This is what the police is telling us, and also what they are telling us, that Papalpreet was not in direct contact contact with Amritpal post 28th, 29th of March when they got separated, when they were entering the Punjab, got raided at Hoshiarpur. There was a massive crackdown of the police, but somehow they managed to escape from there. And since then, Amritpal and Papalpreet, they were on the separate routes. They were not in touch with each other. But one thing that has come into fore, that post that day, Papalpreet has got to know from his associates that Amritpal is not using any local support system. See, this is very important because this is to escape from the police, because if Amritpal is in touch with any local support system, then the police might reach that person and there is a high possibility of Amritpal getting arrested. But what Amritpal is now using, that he is using a third tower system. What he is doing, he is speaking to his associates who are based in foreign. We have seen 2 videos of the Amritpal that have come to fore. They have to be uploaded from the foreign internet protocol addresses, and he is using the internet calls to communicate with the foreign associates of Waris Punjab Day, and then they are managing the locations where Amritpal can hide. So this is a triangle that is actually working to help Amritpal escape from the Punjab police. This is what the police sources are telling us.
Right, and yet again, Gursimran, we again, this raises questions on the police and also on the agencies, because this has been a long chase now. Papalpreet Singh, of course, a big catch there, but Amritpal Singh is still on the run. He's still at large, but of course, raises many questions. Yet we'll have to wait and watch. But thank you so much, Gursimran, for joining us with all those details on that big development. All right, time for other stories now. As part of the government's efforts to boost medical infrastructure in the country, Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate the newly built campus of the Medical College in the Union Territory of Dadra and Nagar Haveli and Daman and Diu. Prime Minister Modi will flag off Rajasthan's first Vande Bharat Express, which will run on the Ajmer to Delhi cantonment route via video conference. The train will complete the journey an hour earlier than the present fastest train running on the route. Maharashtra Governor Ramesh Bais called on Prime Minister Narendra Modi in New Delhi. This was the first meeting since Ramesh Bais assumed the charge of the post of governor. In an apparent dig at Congress leader Rahul Gandhi for giving critical speeches at foreign shores, Vice President Jagdish Tytler said that people should leave their political spectacles behind while embarking on a foreign visit. A team led by Union Minister Nitin Gadkari reviewed the progress of Zojila Tunnel project in Jammu and Kashmir. The project is part of government's plan to boost connectivity and will connect Ganderbal in Jammu and Kashmir to Kargil in Ladakh. Once completed, the project will provide great aid to the security forces as well.
It is really a great pleasure for me to interact with you. This is to be a state-of-art project, and with the cooperation of Honorable LG Saab and the state government of Kashmir, it is to be very helpful for us. And this is the one of the important thing which is our dream, Kashmir se Kanyakumari.
The Supreme Court is scheduled to hear bail pleas of several convicts serving life imprisonment in the 2002 Godhra train burning case today. A bench of Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud and Justices P. S. Narasimha and J.B. Pardiwala is scheduled to hear along with the bail applications a batch of pleas of the convicts challenging their convictions. According to Delhi Health Minister Saurabh Bharadwaj, COVID cases in Delhi are expected to rise in the coming days as the city is densely populated and asked people with flu-like symptoms to wear masks and avoid public spaces. On a first visit to India, Ukraine's first Deputy Foreign Minister said that India is a global leader and can help in addressing key global challenges and promoting peace. Ukraine's first Deputy Foreign Minister, Emaina Zaparova, invoked Prime Minister Modi's message to Russian President Vladimir Putin in September last year that today's era is not of war. Union Minister Piyush Goyal, after arriving in France, addressed the Indian diaspora, where he exuded confidence in Indian economy while saying that it will be the third largest economy in the world by 2027-2028. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman reached Washington to attend the 2023 spring meetings of the World Bank Group and IMF and other G20 meetings. She was received by Ambassador Taranjeet Singh Sandhu. Sitharaman is on a week-long visit to the United States. Time for a short break right now, but lots more on the other side of this break. Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejashwi Yadav is likely to appear before Enforcement Directorate in the national capital today. And this is India's moment. Piyush Goyal's message in France as he addresses Indian diaspora ahead of India-France Business Summit. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आप सभी देश के जन जन तक सही सूचनाएं पहुंचाने में अहम भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। जब नेशन फर्स्ट होता है तब हमारे संकल्प भी बड़े होते हैं और उनको सिद्ध करने के प्रयास भी व्यापक होते हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमने भी ठान लिया है हमारा रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क भी अपने कदम और भी तेज करेगा।
Was there an email that was sent to you from Shashi Tharoor asking for help? You show me the mail. You are saying there is an email or no?
Do you continue serving the army with the same zest that you have always?
Oh yes.
पूरा रिहायशी इलाका इसको ये ना सर्च ऑपरेशन इस टाइम चल रहा है। डीजीपी ने खुद कहा कि 10 लोगों की पुष्टि हमने कर दी है, जो 10 लोग मारे गए हैं।
भारत के लोगों की जीत है।
स्थिति तनावपूर्ण है। ठीक लाल किले के सामने मैं इस वक्त मौजूद हूं। कथित लोग हैं जो दरअसल यहां इन्होंने पूरा उत्पात मचाया हुआ है।
सर, आज राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री है, इतने लोगों की डेथ हो गई है सर, लेकिन कोई जवाब नहीं है सर। अब तक एक्शन को लेकर भी कुछ नहीं किया सर। Shankar, are you apologetic or not? Shankar, are you apologetic or not? These are the issues.
Good morning and welcome. This is live and breaking on Republic TV and I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. India's biggest news event is back. The third edition of the Republic Summit will be held in the national capital this month. Now, the biggest names, the biggest newsmakers, the biggest agents of change and transformation in India will be at the Republic Summit once again. So stand by for what will be by far India's biggest news event by miles. Well, here's a quick look now at the top headlines we're tracking at 9:30 this morning. The SGPC's Bhagwant Singh Sialka speaks to Republic, blames the Punjab government for law and order situation in Punjab. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman smashes the fear-mongering narrative, says come to India before writing these reports. BJP's first list of candidates for the Karnataka Assembly elections likely to be released on the 11th of April. That's today. Bihar's Deputy Chief Minister Tejashwi Yadav is likely to appear before the ED in the national capital. And this is India's moment. Piyush Goyal's message in France as he addresses the Indian diaspora ahead of the India-France Business Summit.
Now, the former Punjab Chief Minister Charanjit Singh Channi has been summoned by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the disproportionate assets case. According to sources, the Vigilance Department, a detailed dossier has been prepared by the team to question the former Chief Minister regarding assets that were owned by him. Now, this would be the first time that Channi will appear before the Bureau. This comes a day after the Vigilance Bureau issued a lookout notice against Channi, fearing that he may attempt to fly out. So, Amandeep has more details on this and he joins us live right now. Amandeep, good morning. Amandeep, give us more details of what you're picking up on this.
Well, Nupur, an inquiry is still underway against the disproportionate assets for Channi. And in fact, this is the first time that Punjab Vigilance Bureau has summoned former Chief Minister of Punjab, Charanjit Singh Channi, who was handpicked man of Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. And in fact, now the Vigilance is inquiring about the assets of Charanjit Singh Channi during the tenure of his chief minister. And even now tomorrow, he has been summoned for tomorrow. He has been asked to appear before the Vigilance Bureau for tomorrow, and tomorrow he will be questioned regarding his assets and even the disproportionate assets according to his own income. Earlier, Nupur, lookout notice has been issued by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau against Charanjit Singh Channi so that he should not leave the country in any case just because an inquiry is underway against him. So there
all right,
who has been arrested by Punjab Vigilance Bureau
all right, that's a very poor audio connection that we have with Amandeep. We're going to fix that and go back to him just a bit. But here's what we know so far. Charanjit Singh Channi, the former Chief Minister of Punjab, has been summoned by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with a disproportionate assets case. Now, news just coming in also seems to suggest that the Vigilance Bureau has prepared a detailed dossier before they question him. Now, this pertains largely to the assets that are owned by him. This is the first time, of course, that Channi will be appearing before the Bureau. I think we've got Amandeep back with us now. Amandeep, you were taking us through what we are expecting today. Now, he has, of course, been summoned in a disproportionate assets case. Give us more details about the case as well, please.
Punjab Vigilance Bureau has asked Charanjit Singh Channi, who is former Chief Minister of Punjab from Congress Party, to appear before Punjab Vigilance for tomorrow. Tomorrow is the date that has been given by Vigilance Bureau to Channi regarding his disproportionate assets. And in fact, he has been asked to provide the details regarding his assets and even the income also. Just because Nupur, the inquiry is still underway against Charanjit Singh Channi regarding his assets, though no FIR has been filed against Channi so far. And even earlier, a lookout notice has already been issued so that he should not leave the country. But now there is a trouble mounting situation for the Congress Party and Charanjit Singh Channi. Before Charanjit Singh Channi, there are Congress ministers who have been arrested regarding the corruption cases in Punjab by the Vigilance Bureau itself. But now they have directly approached Charanjit Singh Channi, and this all comes after his nephew, who was picked by ED in an illegal mining case in Punjab. And in fact, that is directly linked to Charanjit Singh Channi, just because the income that was earned by illegal mining that has been spent in the elections of Charanjit Singh Channi. So these are the allegations which is under the inquiry, and Punjab Vigilance Bureau is going to question Charanjit Singh Channi by tomorrow at Vigilance Office in Mohali. And even Charanjit Singh Channi has asked to provide all details regarding his assets according to his income source and assets, and even the assets that has been created during his chief ministership just because he remained the chief minister for a very shortest time. And even now the Congress Party, let's wait and watch what the Congress is going to do and even how they are going to respond this, just because earlier they have staged several protests regarding the move of Vigilance Bureau against their ministers.
Absolutely, Amandeep. We'll have to wait and watch out for political reactions through the day. Thank you for joining us. And trouble also seems to be mounting for the Congress Party in Rajasthan. Sachin Pilot will be holding a day-long fast in Jaipur. Now, Pilot on Sunday had alleged that Ashok Gehlot government had failed to investigate cases of alleged corruption during the BJP rule in Rajasthan and announced his plan to observe a day-long fast on the 11th of April, that is today, to press for action.
Taking strong objection to the dharna proposed by Pilot, Congress has said that any such protest against the Congress government is clearly anti-party activity and against the interest of the party. Now, it will of course be very interesting how the day unfolds today. Sachin Pilot, do remember, has decided to go on a day-long fast in Jaipur. He says that the current government has failed to meet expectations and promises that it had made to the people in the last elections. Madhurima is reporting on this. She joins us on the phone line right now. Madhurima, good morning. Madhurima, obviously this is quite the conundrum for the Congress party. Not, very, very clear as to how they want to proceed as far as this is concerned.
Well, good morning to you too, Nupur. And we've seen that it is not something new in Rajasthan's Congress government over here. The infighting in the entire state party has always been a point of contention for the Congress party there in the national capital as well. And once again, with the elections inching closer every day, this has come as a real task for the Congress party to manage, because Sachin Pilot had made it clear that the current government led by Ashok Gehlot has miserably failed in fighting the corruption that he alleges was practiced by the previous BJP government. And now he's saying that the Congress party has always been against corruption and they have always fought for the corruption. But the way the Ashok Gehlot government has failed to fight corruption, it is alarming. And now that he will be taking the matter in his hands, and this day-long fast will be to compel the Ashok Gehlot government, that is lone government in the state, to take cognizance of the corruption issues across the state and then take action. However, the party has made it clear. We've seen the statement by the AICC, that All India Congress Committee last night, where they have dubbed the entire today's event as anti-party activity. And Mr. Sukhwinder Singh Randhawa, who's the state in charge for the party over here, has said that he's been in the position for 5 months and that Sachin Pilot has never contacted him, and that he's there and it would be better to sit on a table, have dialogue, instead of going out into the media and speaking to the media against the party, or organizing such programs like the one that will happen today. It will start at around 11:30 to 12, where Sachin Pilot will be reaching the spot and then observing a day-long fast. We'll have to wait and watch and see how does the party top rung in the national capital really react to it, because in the past Sachin Pilot has said that how Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi had said that they will be looking personally into the issues that have been flagged by Sachin Pilot, but that seems like that has not been done. So Sachin Pilot at it again. We'll see how the entire day unfolds.
Right, Madhurima, do stay on with us. Let's also listen into the reactions that we are getting from the BJP to this. All right, we'll just play out that reaction for you in a bit. But as far as this is concerned, of course, the Rajasthan in charge of the Congress party has called this anti-party activity. Now, it remains to be seen whether Pilot will go ahead with the dharna. Preparations, of course, have been made in full swing at Jaipur. As the day progresses, we'll also perhaps get an indication of how the Congress party intends to act on this. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who is on a 2-day tour of Arunachal Pradesh, will be laying the foundation of BJP's Upper Assam regional office in Dibrugarh today on his way back to Delhi. According to party leaders, Amit Shah will also address a public meeting at the Mankota field in Dibrugarh before laying the foundation of the party's regional office. The Karnataka Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai said the first list of candidates for the May 10 assembly elections will be released either Tuesday or Wednesday. He said that there is no confusion regarding the finalization of the list. The Nationalist Congress Party on Monday said that it would react to the EC stripping the Sharad Pawar-led outfit of its national party status after receiving the order in written form. In separate orders issued During the day, the EC recognized the AAP as a national party while stripping the NCP, the Trinamool Congress and the Communist Party of India of the coveted status. The Election Commission withdrew the national party status of the Trinamool Congress, the Nationalist Congress Party and the Communist Party. The country now has 6 national parties, that is the BJP, the Congress, the BSP, the CPIM, the National People's Party and the AAP. The Election Commission officials said that these parties can regain their national and state party status based on their performance in future electoral cycles and also in the Lok Sabha elections due next year. The TMC said that the party is exploring legal options. Congress leader Sachin Pilot will go ahead with his day-long fast Tuesday to press for his demand for action against corruption during the previous BJP rule in Rajasthan, with sources close to him saying that his fight is against graft under the Vasundhara Raje regime and not targeted at anybody else. The AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi Monday jumped into the ongoing political crisis of the Rajasthan Congress after the former Rajasthan Deputy Chief Minister Sachin Pilot announced a day-long fast against the Gehlot government's inaction in alleged corruption during the previous Vasundhara Raje Sindhya regime. Responding to Sachin Pilot's announcement of sitting on a day-long hunger strike, Owaisi said that be it the Congress or the BJP government, both are same sides of the coin. Bihar's Deputy Chief Minister Tejashwi Yadav may appear before the ED in Delhi today for questioning in a money laundering case linked to the railway land for job scam. Earlier, Yadav was questioned by the CBI in the case last month. Well, the Union Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, who is currently in the United States of America, has responded to negative Western perception of India. She has spoken about the issue, saying that people must come to India first, have a look at what's going on and then make comments.
I would think the answer for that lies with those investors who are coming to India, and they've been coming. And as somebody who's interested in receiving investments, I would only say, come have a look at what's happening in India, rather than listen to perceptions being built by people who have not even visited on the ground and who produce reports. Again, you know, emerging markets do carry this burden of, you're the emerging market, you have every business to ask us for help, or every business to speak about, every issue on which you need to play a constructive role, but yet the prescriptions are ours. I would want to ask if human, that's not to say, or not to even imply that I accept the perception that you're referring to.
Well, after the mid-flight brawl, the DGC has issued an advisory to deal with unruly passengers. Now, this comes even as there are multiple reports of unruly behavior by passengers on board flights. The DGCA has in fact issued an advisory to all airlines asking them to take action against such behavior during flight operations. Now, the advisory comes in the wake of the London-bound Air India flight returning to Delhi airport following a mid-air brawl in which a passenger caused physical harm to cabin crew members. The advisory also cited several other incidents that have happened in the recent past. So, after that mid-flight brawl, of course, the DGCA has swung into action in giving out an advisory to airlines in terms of how to deal with unruly passengers. Now, this comes even as there are multiple reports of unruly behavior by passengers on board flights. The DGC has asked for the crew on board to take emergency action. The advisory, of course, comes in the wake of a London-bound Air India flight that had to return to the Delhi airport following a mid-air brawl in which a passenger caused physical harm to cabin crew members. Now, the advisory also cited several other incidents that have been reported in the recent past. Let's go across to Harsha, who's reporting on this and has more details about the advisory. Harsha, good morning. Tell us more in terms of what the advisory talks of.
Exactly. Now, Nupur, we are getting to know that from past few days, there are many incidents of the mid-air brawl, mid-air misbehavior with the cabin crew and the passengers. Therefore, DGCA today have issued an advisory to all airlines asking them to action against such behaviors during flight operations. DGCA also stated this after the Delhi-London bound Air India flight, which saw that there was a mid-air brawl, and not only that, unruly passenger not only did misbehave, but also he caused the physical harm to the cabin crew members. Now, the advisory has also cited several other incidents which have taken up in the past in the airlines like SpiceJet and Indigo, where we have seen that how unruly passengers behave with the cabin crew and the pilot in command and the air hostess of the flight. And therefore, today DGC has issued an advisory that any such unruly behavior is found in the flight, then the passenger has to be off-boarded immediately, and the entire issue has to be taken within the DGCA, and the serious and stringent action will be taken against the unruly behavior, and he will also not be allowed to travel further for the action could be taken for almost 1 month or 2 months or several days. So this advice has come up from the side of DGCA, and airlines have been asked to regulate it from today onwards itself. Nupur, back to you.
Now, we are also given to understand, Harsha, that the DGCA has advised airlines to sensitize their pilots and cabin crew, as well as other post holders, in terms of how do they deal with situations like this. Because, it's not very seemly when a flight has to return back to its port of origin, in mid-air.
Nupur, the strict advisory saw at the time of Shankar Mishra, the P-gate incident of the Air India, where the DGC strictly stated that there has to be certain norms and rules which have to be followed by the cabin crew and the staff of the airlines. And that time it was also stated that any such unruly behavior is found, then passenger and then action has to be taken, and the decision has to be taken by pilot in command. And Nupur, in this incident of Delhi-London bound flight, this decision of return...
Right. All right. We seem to have lost that audio connection with her. But as she's pointing out, of course, the DGCA has issued an advisory where it has given out specific details in terms of how to deal with passengers who appear to be quite out of control on board flights. Thank you, Harsha. And still to come, the SGPC's Bhagwant Singh Sialka speaks to Republic TV, blames Punjab government for the law and order situation in the state. The BJP's first list of 170 and 180 candidates for Karnataka Assembly elections likely to be released today.
Was there an email that was sent to you from Shashi Tharoor asking for help? You show me the mail. You are saying there is an email or no?
Do you continue serving the army with the same zest that you have always?
Oh yes. पूरा रिहायशी इलाका इसको ये ना सर्च ऑपरेशन इस टाइम चल रहा है. डीजीपी ने खुद कहा कि 10 लोगों की पुष्टि हमने कर दी है, जो 10 लोग मारे गए हैं.
भारत के लोगों की जीत है.
स्थिति तनावपूर्ण है. ठीक लाल किले के सामने मैं इस वक्त मौजूद हूं. कथित लोग हैं जो दरअसल यहां इन्होंने पूरा उत्पात मचाया हुआ है.
सर, आज राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री है, इतने लोगों की डेथ हो गई है सर, लेकिन कोई जवाब नहीं है सर. अब तक एक्शन को लेकर भी कुछ नहीं किया सर. Shankar, are you apologetic or not? Shankar, are you apologetic or not? These are the visuals of Shankar Mishra accused, who's being taken for the medical and then towards...
इस देश में बहुत समय के बाद एक ऐसी सरकार आई है जो सरकार टिकाने के लिए नहीं चल रही, देश को सुधारने के लिए सरकार चल रही है.
ये पहला एक बड़ा इवेंट हुआ है जहां पे आप इस पर विस्तृत तौर से इन डिटेल आप बात करेंगे, तो लेट अस एड्रेस ऑल इश्यूज. dragging back economic fugitives, fantastic. But a crackdown on corruption alone is not enough to steer the economy.
That is where the reforms are not just to remove.
Was there an email that was sent to you from Shashi Tharoor asking for help? On
show me the mail.
The fact is that you are saying there is an email or no?
Do you continue serving the army with the same zest that you have always?
Oh yes.
जो पूरा रिहायशी इलाका है इसको ये ना सर्च ऑपरेशन इस टाइम चल रहा है। डीजीपी ने खुद कहा कि 10 लोगों की पुष्टि हमने कर दी है, जो 10 लोग मारे गए।
ये भारत के लोगों की जीत है।
स्थिति तनावपूर्ण है। ठीक लाल किले के सामने मैं इस वक्त मौजूद हूं। कथित लोग हैं जो दरअसल यहां इन्होंने पूरा उत्पात मचाया हुआ है।
सर आज राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री है, इतने लोगों की डेथ हो गई है सर, लेकिन कोई जवाब नहीं है सर। अब तक एक्शन को लेकर भी कुछ नहीं किया सर।
Shankar, are you apologetic or not? Shankar, are you apologetic or not? These are the visuals of Shankar Mishra accused who is being taken for the medical and led towards.
Welcome back. Now, a leak of classified documents detailing secret US and NATO plans to help Kyiv looks like a Russian disinformation operation to sow doubts about Ukraine's planned counter-offensive. Russia has responded to the leak in the US Pentagon, detailing aid to Ukraine in the ongoing conflict.
Data concerning US NATO aid to Ukraine was posted to Twitter. The shocking breach of the world's most secure security facility, Pentagon, has led to Russia getting its hands on sensitive information. In fact, Kremlin has responded by saying they find the leaks interesting and will be analyzing it. The US Justice Department has launched an investigation into the possible release of the documents, but says it may have been altered or used as part of misinformation campaign. The US government took a guarded approach when asked if the leak affected national security.
Learning about the leak, the Department of Defense quickly referred the matter to the Department of Justice, which has opened a criminal investigation. The Pentagon has said they have taken steps to further restrict access to sensitive information, and an interagency effort has been initiated to review the national security implications of the disclosure and to mitigate this impact of the release of these documents that could have on US nationals.
The US State Department says they are reviewing the validity of the documents. This comes at a time when US and NATO reaffirmed their support to Ukraine in its war against Russia.
US officials across the interagency are engaging with allies and partners at high levels over this, including to reassure them of our commitment to safeguarding intelligence.
The documents purportedly detail US spying activities on foreign soil and gravely threatens its national security. Biden administration officials expect the leak to come up in the course of their regular contacts with allies, including President Joe Biden's recent meet with UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. Biden had previously announced extensive support for Ukraine.
Yesterday marked 11 months since Russia's brutal full-scale invasion of Ukraine. 11 months in which the Ukrainian people have showed Putin and the world the full force of their courage and the indomitable determination to live free. And through every single step of this horrific war, the American people have been strong and unwavering in their support, and Democrats and Republicans in Congress have stood together. The United States has worked in lockstep with our allies and partners around the world to make sure the Ukrainian people are in the strongest possible position to defend their nation, their families, and against the truly brutal aggression of Russia. I haven't seen the likes of this in a long time.
But European officials said that the problem is mostly with the messages conveyed by the leaked material, such as public confirmation that the US spies on allies. Meanwhile, members of Congress in the United States are calling for briefings about the leak and how it happened. Agency report, Republic TV.
You are with Republic TV. We slip into a very short break, but still to come on live and breaking. SGPC's Bhagwan Singh Sialka speaks to Republic TV, blames the Punjab government for law and order situation in the state. And Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman smashes fear-mongering narratives as come to India before writing reports.
इस देश में बहुत समय के बाद एक ऐसी सरकार आई है जो सरकार टिकाने के लिए नहीं चल रही, देश को सुधारने के लिए सरकार चल रही है।
ये पहला एक बड़ा इवेंट हुआ है जहां पे आप इस पर विस्तृत तौर से इन डिटेल आप बात करेंगे, तो लेट अस एड्रेस ऑल इश्यूज। Dragging back economic fugitives, fantastic. But a crackdown on corruption alone is not enough to steer the economy.
That is where the reforms are not just to remove those who are with several cases of corruption and disproportionate assets. This will ensure that at a local level, no officer can go about saying, hey, I've come to inspect you, without the system approving it.
What do you see our country as in 2030 in diplomatic and political terms?
I see more change between now and 2030 than I saw in the last 40 years.
आप सभी देश के जन जन तक सही सूचनाएं पहुंचाने में अहम भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। जब नेशन फर्स्ट होता है तब हमारे संकल्प भी बड़े होते हैं और उनको सिद्ध करने के प्रयास भी व्यापक होते हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमने भी ठान लिया है, हमारा रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क भी अपने कदम और भी तेज करेगा।
Mediation will work when there is uncertainty of winning by any one party. इसलिए जो जजमेंट आया यही सब।
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Rakshita Mishra. Ladies and gentlemen, let's tell you that India's biggest news event is back. The third edition of the Republic Summit will be held in the national capital this month. The biggest names, the biggest newsmakers, the biggest agents of change and transformation in India will be at the Republic Summit once again this year. So stand by for what will be by far India's biggest news event by miles. Now let's take a look at the headlines. Sachin Pilot to stage a day-long dharna demanding action from Gehlot on alleged corruption. Congress warns Sachin Pilot on protest, calls his dharna anti-party activity. Nirmala slams negative perception on India, says those writing reports must visit India first. Enforcement Directorate to question Bihar Deputy Chief Minister in land for jobs scam. BJP yet to release its candidate list for Karnataka. Yedurappa says the list will be out today. Sources say Papalpreet Singh has revealed Amritpal is in touch with foreign handlers to plot his escape. All right, we're getting top story at this hour. Sachin Pilot is set to hold day-long fast in Jaipur. On Sunday, Sachin Pilot alleged that the Ashok Gehlot-led government had failed to investigate cases of corruption during the BJP, alleged corruption during the BJP rule in Rajasthan, and announced his plan to observe a day-long fast on the 11th of April, that is today, to press for action. Meanwhile, taking strong objection to the dharna proposed by Pilot, Congress said that any such protest against his government is clearly anti-party activity and against the interest of the party.
To be or not to be seems to be Mr. Sachin Pilot's forever dilemma, because to continue to be in the Congress, to continue to deal with the irrelevancy and
All right, Sachin Pilot, there is all set to protest there, and I'm told that my colleague, Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor is joining us on the phone line for more. Abhishek, this is a big development there on the screens. We are seeing the Anshan stage is all set there. Sachin Pilot is all set for dharna against his own government. He's a Deputy Chief Minister, and Gehlot, of course, his tussle with Gehlot remains, and now it's yet another drama that is, unfolding in Rajasthan Congress today.
Well, you see, it has already been declared an anti-party activity by the Congress, which has doubled down on its support to Ashok Gehlot. It's possible that Sachin Pilot was surprised and he's feeling cheated. And that's why he has decided that irrespective of the position the Congress leadership has taken, he would go ahead. And that's why this dharna. And remember, he is doing this perhaps as an act of desperation. Rajasthan is looking ahead into an election cycle in just about a few months. And Sachin Pilot had rebelled in 2020 with about 18 odd MLAs trooping out of Rajasthan with him, camping in Gurugram, and he had really effectively read the riot act to the High Command, and at that time High Command had mollycoddled him. Perhaps it was a tactical blunder on the part of Sachin Pilot to de-escalate, and since then we have seen the Congress leadership sort of engaging with him, but at the same time not really giving any quota, and he has been out of sync with the party. And for example, on the issue of those war widows of Pulwama protesting, he had taken a position against the Ashok Gehlot government, and similar other instances recently. Whenever the Rajasthan government has been found wanting in terms of law and order, for example, Sachin Pilot has been as vocal as the opposition BJP in the state. So obviously he has been taking his pot shot, but nothing really worked with the Congress leadership and the central high command. So I think as an act of desperation, as a final measure, Sachin Pilot has really come out, given the fact that party in charge in the state, Sukhjinder Singh Randhawa, released a late-night statement yesterday saying that this would be counted as an anti-party activity. So I think Sachin Pilot has really thrown the gauntlet that please go ahead and take action against me for this anti-party activity, or do what I want, and which is obviously the ultimate objective of Sachin Pilot is to wrest the leadership position from Ashok Gehlot, whom he sees as someone who has usurped the hard work done by Pilot when he was PCC chief of Rajasthan and effectively campaigned for the party. And Pilot said at least that he brought the party back to power after 4 or 5 years of hard work when the BJP ruled in the state under the helmsmanship of Vasundhara Raje. So I think this is an internal matter for the Congress party to sort out, and the Congress in the statement that it has given, 3 statements between Jairam Ramesh and Randhawa yesterday, where they have really drawn the red line this time for Sachin Pilot. It would be interesting to see whether the party bites the bullet, because if Pilot has thrown the gauntlet and decided that he will go ahead with the fast food the party act and issue a notice at least to Sachin Pilot, it will be interesting to see this kind of fratricide that's taking shape within the Congress heading into Rajasthan election cycle. Not the first time, of course, we are seeing some jousting happening, say, between Siddaramaiah and D.K. Shivkumar in Karnataka, or for that matter, the Congress actually lost the government in Madhya Pradesh for the conflict that continued between Kamal Nath and Jyotiraditya Scindia. Almost similar situation as Rajasthan in Madhya Pradesh, where Scindia thought that he was bringing in the numbers and Kamal Nath got the cake. and he rebelled and went in fact to the BJP lock, stock, barrel. So Sachin Pilot, he has not bitten that bullet. There was this talk that perhaps he would be making that switch that Scindia made in the case of Madhya Pradesh, but then this might trigger that possibility ahead of elections, and that's why we have seen BJP waiting in the wings, watching on the sidelines. Remember, this protest of Sachin Pilot actually is against corruption of the then BJP government, and he believes that Ashok Gehlot, as promised during the campaign, did not act enough against those cases by launching a proper investigation. So layers within layers insofar as the Rajasthan Congress and the overall political dynamics of the state are concerned. But Sachin Pilot effectively looking in the eye to the central leadership despite the statement coming in from the state in charge Randhawa, Sukhjinder Singh Randhawa last evening. And it seems this is going to precipitate a crisis, possibly with Congress having no option but to act now, given the fact that they have taken a very public position in support of Ashok Gehlot.
Right.
दिया है। दूसरी बात है कि मान लेता हूं कि वसुंधरा राजे के सरकार में भ्रष्टाचार हुआ है, लेकिन अडानी तो पूरे देश को ही लूट ले गया, और तो उसके भ्रष्टाचार के मुकाबले में तो और भ्रष्टाचार भारत में जो भी है कुछ भी नहीं है। तो जब लड़ाई राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर लड़ रही है और राष्ट्रीय पार्टी में है, वो राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व का साथ उनको देना चाहिए। और मुख्य जो बड़ा भ्रष्टाचार है जो देश को बर्बाद कर दे रहा है और जो प्रमाणित है, उसके ऊपर पूरा शक्ति उनको लगाना चाहिए। आश्चर्य होता है इस समय हमारी जो शक्ति है उसका बंटवारा हो रहा है एक तरह से। देखिए, ऐसा उनका जनतांत्रिक अधिकार है, घेराव करना जनतांत्रिक अधिकार है, ये हमारे अंदर का कंट्राडिक्शन है, सभी जानते हैं। हम कंट्राडिक्शन को सॉर्ट आउट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, और कांग्रेस में शुरू से इसकी स्थापना से लेकर के अभी तक कई धाराएं चलती रही हैं। ये बीजेपी नहीं है जो एक कारपोरेट बॉडी बन गई हो।
And that was Congress's Udit Raj there. And today is, of course, the day-long fast that Sachin Pilot has vowed against his own government. My senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor continues to be with us on the phone line. Abhishek, we are seeing how this has happened. We have seen a rebellion, led by Pilot in 2020, and that time we saw that the Congress top brass did manage to contain the damage, but this is happening again. This is happening right before Karnataka elections this time. Now, what exactly is Pilot, aiming for? Because there are not a lot of big chances that he will be given, if at all he wants that, and it's been much speculated that he wants the chair of the chief minister, and even if he gets that, he'll hardly have some months for that.
See, if you look at it from Sachin Pilot's point of view, it's possible, really feeling cheated and shortchanged by the party. Because remember when he rebelled on the ground that all the hard work that he put in as party president, and there is convention that the person who leads the campaign and is effectively the in charge of the party becomes the chief minister. It's possible that behind the scenes some promises were made to Sachin Pilot, which subsequently the old guard and the old fox that and the magician that Ashok Gehlot is, he sort of circumvented all those things and took the chair of chief minister. And since then we have seen Sachin Pilot uncomfortable working under Ashok Gehlot, rebelling off and on, making statements out of pinpricks, and then that full-blown rebellion that happened in 2020, which did not fructify because the Congress High Command indulged with Pilot, and Pilot perhaps got signals that maybe he would be listened to. And then we saw how he came back, and then he kept talking about the promises that have been made. He continued to take pot shots at Gehlot, but effectively nothing worked. And it seems over that period, Ashok Gehlot effectively managed the rebellion, neutralized the MLAs who were with Sachin Pilot. And we have seen for almost a year or so now, Pilot has been sort of trudging a lonely furrow, and the kind of support and the number of people he had built around himself who were rebelling against Gehlot, that number too has dwindled, and that's why, as I said, this really seems a final act of desperation and looking in the eye to the Central High Command, telling that this is enough of indulgence with no results, and if you are continue to be doing this, I have no option but to leave. And if you have issued a notice saying that this is an anti-party activity, take action, and then perhaps Sachin Pilot would be free to move on to exercise his options. As I said, he can borrow the Madhya Pradesh model where Jyotiraditya Scindia effectively landed a government in the hands of the BJP and is now a minister of central government. As I said, these are options, but then as of now, of course, a crash is precipitating in the Rajasthan Congress, and Sachin Pilot really sort of reading the riot act to the Central High Command.
Right. Well, stay with us, Abhishek. Hold your thoughts right now, because we are going to listen to some reactions that are coming in, which are coming from supporters of Sachin Pilot.
ये है वसुंधरा जी की जब सरकार थी, उन्होंने जो घोटाले किए, जो भ्रष्टाचार किए, उनकी जांच नहीं हुई है अब तक। वो मामला डिले हो रहा है उस जांच को लेकर के। पायलट साहब ने पहले भी संघर्ष किया था, इतने दिनों तक उन्हें झूठा आश्वासन देते रहे कि जांच होगी, जांच होगी, जांच होगी। अब समय निकल गया, फिर जांच होगी कब? जब चिड़िया चुग गई खेत, फिर तो आचार संहिता लग जाए, चुनाव आ जाएंगे, वो लोगों को वादे किए वो पूरे नहीं हुए। तो ये जांच के खिलाफ है कि जांच करी जाए। हम भी इसी बात के पायलट साहब के साथ हैं कि जो जांच समय पे हो जानी चाहिए थी, वो अभी तक नहीं हो पाई है। बस इसी बात को लेकर के हम यहाँ बैठे हैं कि वो जांच हो, निष्पक्ष न्याय हो, जो दोषी है उनको सजा दी जाए। अगर वो दोषी नहीं है वसुंधरा जी तो कोई दिक्कत ही नहीं है, पर दोषी है तो उनको जांच करेंगे तभी तो पता चलेगा। और जांच क्यों नहीं हो रही है? जब राहुल गांधी जी के साथ अगर अन्याय हो सकता है, अगर वो उनके साथ खिलाफ कर सकते हैं, तो यहाँ हम जांच क्यों नहीं करवा सकते वसुंधरा जी के खिलाफ?
कार्यकर्ताओं के लिए लड़ाई लड़ना, हम कार्यकर्ता हैं। आज पिछले 15 साल से हम कांग्रेस के लिए, अपनी सरकार के लिए, पार्टी लाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। अब एक बात बताइए, हम अपने ही परिवार में क्या हम भीख मांगेंगे? आप बताइए, मुझे जवाब दीजिए, आप खुद ही बताइए। अपने ही परिवार में हमें, क्योंकि मैं खुद वहाँ से भरतपुर से महिला कांग्रेस की जिलाध्यक्ष रही हूँ, और अपने ही मंच पे मुझे जगह के लिए मुझे भीख मांगनी पड़ती है। तो अगर पायलट साहब आवाज़ उठा रहे हैं, हमारे लिए उठा रहे हैं, संघर्ष किसके लिए कर रहे हैं? वो हमारे लिए, कार्यकर्ताओं के लिए कर रहे हैं। तो मैं कहती हूँ कि एक कार्यकर्ता के लिए आज तक किसी ने लड़ाई नहीं लड़ी है, और वो अपनी सरकार से नहीं, पार्टी से लड़ाई नहीं लड़ रहे हैं। वो हमारे हक के लिए वो लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं, हर एक कार्यकर्ता के लिए। वो सही मायने में जमीनी स्तर के कार्यकर्ता हैं, क्योंकि एक कार्यकर्ता ही कार्यकर्ता की आवाज़ को समझ सकता है। हमें जो सम्मान चाहिए, हमें जो मन चाहिए, उसके लिए वो लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं। आप खुद देखिए, राजस्थान सरकार की मुख्यमंत्री रही है वसुंधरा राजे जी। बताइए उन्होंने महिलाओं के लिए, आम जन के लिए क्या किया? सबकी आवाज़ दबाई जाती है, तो क्या मैसेज जा रहा है? और ये नेता आकर के थोड़ी ना वहाँ क्षेत्र में आएंगे। अब हम वोट मांगने जाएंगे तो किस हैसियत से वोट मांगेंगे? हम क्या मुद्दे उठाएंगे? बात कर रहे थे ये लोग, हमारी सरकार ने झूठे वादे किए, क्या क्या किया उन्होंने? मोबाइल देंगे, ये देंगे, वो देंगे। अब हम अपने क्षेत्र में जाए, मैं नदवी विधानसभा से आती हूँ, तो मैं किस उद्देश्य से मैं जाकर के लड़ूं? क्या बोलूं मैं वहां पे, बताइए।
सरकार का अंतर्किलय अब चरम पर है। अपमान की राजनीति इस कदर इस आगे पहुंच गई है कि आखिर जिस व्यक्ति ने सरकार को निर्माण में सबसे अहम भूमिका निभाई थी, आज वो अनशन पर जा रहे हैं, सहारा ले रहे हैं पूर्ववर्ती सरकार का। उनके मन में पीड़ा है अपने अपमान की और इस सरकार के में भ्रष्टाचार के तांडव की। ये खुली चुनौती है आलाकमान को। आलाकमान ने कहा कि अनुशासनहीनता है, इनके प्रभारी सुखजिंदर सिंह जी ने कहा अनुशासनहीनता है, पर वो अड़िग है। मैं समझता हूँ कि उनका ये अनशन इस कांग्रेस के ताबूत में आखिरी कील होगा, क्योंकि अब कांग्रेस विघटन की ओर आगे बढ़ चुकी है। पूरे देश के अंदर कांग्रेस का आलाकमान अब कमज़ोर हो गया है। 2 बार चुनौतियां मिल गई। एक बार गहलोत साहब के गुट ने दी, जब यहाँ राय मुसारी के लिए आलाकमान के दूत के रूप में मल्लिकार्जुन और उनके साथी यहाँ आए, अजय माकन, बेरंग लौटे, और आज ये दूसरी बार है। इसका खामियाजा जनता ने भुगता। पूरे 4 साल 4 महीने पुरानी सरकार में मुख्यमंत्री जी का काम सिर्फ एक ही रहा, अपनी सरकार को बचाए रखना, अपनी कुर्सी को बचाए रखना। इसीलिए आज राजस्थान के अंदर ना विकास है, ना जन समस्याओं का निराकरण है, ना कानून और ना व्यवस्थाएं हैं। इसीलिए जनता ने ये भुगता है। मैं समझता हूँ कांग्रेस का यंत्र के लिए, कांग्रेस की सरकार के लिए बड़ा संकट पैदा करेगा।
All right, those were the reactions coming in on this story, and my colleague Madhurima is also joining us live on the broadcast for more on this. Madhurima, we're seeing that this is an open dare by Sachin Pilot, not for the first time, of course, but we are seeing yet another dare by Sachin Pilot to the top leaders of the Congress party there. The Congress now calls it that it is an anti-party activity now, and there could be action against Sachin Pilot, but now it remains to be seen that if Sachin Pilot really turns up, and with what kind of strength does he really, turns up here. It's a very important day for himself as well now.
Well, yes, absolutely. That it's a very important day for Mr. Sachin Pilot to show that what kind of strength really he has in his arm fold. Now, what needs to be seen here is that similar kind of events unfolded just before the Uttarakhand elections, where remember that the senior leader and the former chief minister of the state, Harish Rawat, got very miffed over multiple issues and had even put out a tweet asserting that he's going to leave the party if he's not heard. The similar sort of events now unraveling in the state of Rajasthan. Now the Congress party has to remain very cautious of the fact that there are just very few states in their kitty, Rajasthan, and then we have Chhattisgarh and Himachal Pradesh. Leaving that, they do not have much stand elsewhere, and to lose such an important state, specifically in the Hindi belt, just ahead of elections is going to cost Congress all the more heavily than in the past two general elections. So it is not only going to affect the Congress in the state, but the kind of roadmap this entire infighting will put out for the 2024 election. Similar sort of events ahead of Punjab elections in Punjab also happened, and then we saw the kind of fate that was met to Congress party in that state as well. So the Congress party in the national capital, the top rung, is mulling over the action that could be taken. Now Sachin Pilot time and again has been exhorting over the fact that he has made his mind very clear to the top rung of the party. He's spoken to Priyanka, he's spoken to Rahul Gandhi, and initially they had said that they are going to really listen to his voice, come up with a plan. But in the end, it seems like that all that request has fallen flat because Sachin Pilot is once again in the aggressive mode, and he's saying, very brazenly against his own government in the state that they are not taking enough action against corruption, and saying that the Congress party has always stood against corruption. So it is his bid to save the face of the party in the state of Rajasthan, because the incumbent government is incapable of doing so. So in just half an hour, he'll be coming out. We'll try to speak to him, and then there'll be a showdown at the protest side. Let's see what kind of support he gets.
Right, of course, it remains to be seen how safe a landing this could be for Sachin Pilot. But thank you so much, Madhurima, for joining us with all those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more. But right now, before we move further, ladies and gentlemen, let us tell you that India's biggest news event is back. The third edition of the Republic Summit will be held in the national capital this month. The biggest names, the biggest newsmakers, the biggest agents of change and transformation in India will be at the Republic Summit once again this year. So stand by for what will be by far India's biggest news event by mile.
What do you see our country as in 2030 in diplomatic and political terms?
I see more change between now and 2030 than I saw in the last 40 years.
Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman responds to negative Western perception of India. She posted a tweet, and I quote her here: "Come have a look at what's happening in India rather than listen to perceptions being built by people who have not even visited at the ground and produce reports," unquote. That's what Nirmala Sitharaman had to say.
I would think the answer for that lies with
those investors who are coming to India, and they've been coming. And as somebody who's interested in receiving investments, I would only say, come have a look at what's happening in India, rather than listen to perceptions being built by people who have not even visited on the ground and who produce reports. Again, you know, emerging markets do carry this burden of, you're the emerging market, you have every business to ask us for help, or every business to speak about, every issue on which you need to play a constructive role, but yet the prescriptions are ours. I would want to ask if human, that's not to say, or not to even imply that I accept the perception that you're referring to.
All right, time for a short break right now, but lots more on the other side. BJP is yet to release its candidate list for Karnataka. Yediyurappa says the list will be out today. And sources say Papalpreet Singh has revealed that Amritpal is in touch with foreign handlers to plot his escape. All that and lots more on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Dragging back economic fugitives, fantastic. But a crackdown on corruption alone is not enough to steer the economy.
That is where the reforms are not just to remove those who are with several cases of corruption and disproportionate assets. This will ensure that at a local level, no officer can go about saying, hey, I've come to inspect you, without the system approving it.
What do you see our country as in 2030 in diplomatic and political terms?
I see more change between now and 2030 than I saw in the last 40 years.
आप सभी देश के जन जन तक सही सूचनाएं पहुंचाने में अहम भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। जब नेशन फर्स्ट होता है तब हमारे संकल्प भी बड़े होते हैं और उनको सिद्ध करने के प्रयास भी व्यापक होते हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमने भी ठान लिया है, हमारा रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क भी अपने कदम और भी तेज करेगा।
Mediation will work when there is uncertainty of winning by any one party. इसलिए जो judgment आया यही सबसे उत्तम है. This puts an end to the whole issue.
Assertive 1% that wants to open the wounds again. They do not operate only by the verdict of the court.
जूनियर वर्ल्ड चैंपियन रहे हैं नीरज चोपड़ा।
Welcome back to Live and Breaking. Punjab police sources say that as Papalpreet is being flown out of Punjab, he has revealed certain details regarding his role in hiding of Amritpal Singh, who is Waris Punjab Day chief. Sources say that Amritpal and Papalpreet both got separated on the 29th of March, 28th and 29th of March, the intervening night. And since then, they are not in touch with each other. Now, Amritpal is not in touch with any local support system for now. He is in contact with some people sitting abroad via internet calls. Also, foreign support system is guiding Amritpal in his escape by providing shelter at different places within Punjab. That is a big development. And my colleague Gursimran is joining us for more on this. Gursimran, of course, after this big catch that was achieved yesterday, the arrest of Papalpreet Singh has revealed many such things, and a foreign link has now, brought out. Already we knew of his foreign links, And now the fact that he's being helped by a foreign network in India and he's still at large is a big cause of concern.
Yes, undoubtedly, it has come into fore during the interrogation of Kapilpreet Singh that he was the one who was providing the logistic support.
The one who was providing the logistic support as well as shelter to Amritpal for a longer period of time. But on 28th and 29th of March, when they were raided in Punjab's Hoshiarpur, then they got separated, and since then he was not in the direct contact of Amritpal Singh. That means 28th and intervening night of 29th of March was the day when they got separated, and since then they are not in regular touch with each other directly. However, they were getting the information about Kapilpreet was getting the information about whereabouts of Amritpal regularly via a third person. Now it has also come into fore that since Amritpal got separated from Kapilpreet, he was not maintaining any direct contact with any of his local associates. That is to evade the arrest, because he was of the firm view that now the police will get hold of the local handler and they could reveal his location. And for the same, what he was doing, that he was in touch via internet calls with the foreign based handlers that were providing shelter to Amritpal by coordinating with the local support system. So it was a triangle help system that was established by Amritpal and his associates so as to evade the scrutiny of the police, as well as to keep away from the network of the police, because they were using the internet calls, possibly the VPNs being used by Amritpal and his associates to evade the arrest. Because we have seen that the two videos that have come into fore, they have been uploaded from the foreign IP address, which clearly shows that the videos were sent from Punjab or the location they were shot at to someone outside India, and then they uploaded it on the social media. That is very clearly evident that he is getting an active support from the associates who are outside India and helping him to escape from the net of police. Yes.
Right. All right. Thank you so much, Guru Sirman, for joining us with all those details on that big story that we are tracking since day one. But time now for a short break right now. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of action on the other side of this break. Sachin Pilot is all set to stage a day-long dharna demanding action from Gehlot on alleged corruption. An enforcement directorate to question Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejashwi Yadav in land for job scheme. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
What do you see our country as in 2030 in diplomatic and political terms?
I see more change between now and 2030 than I saw in the last 40 years.
आप सभी देश के जन जन तक सही सूचनाएं पहुंचाने में अहम भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। जब नेशन फर्स्ट होता है तब हमारे संकल्प भी बड़े होते हैं और उनको सिद्ध करने के प्रयास भी व्यापक होते हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमने भी ठान लिया है, हमारा रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क भी अपने कदम और भी तेज करेगा।
Mediation will work when there is uncertainty of winning by any one party. इसलिए जो judgment आया यही सबसे उत्तम है. This puts an end to the whole issue.
Assertive 1% that wants to open the wounds again. They do not operate only by the verdict of the court.
The India developmental model is the right model which the world can follow, and that is the opportunity that we have before us.
I believe that you are soaked in the philosophy of nation first.
इस देश में बहुत समय के बाद एक ऐसी सरकार आई है जो सरकार टिकाने के लिए नहीं चल रही, देश को सुधारने के लिए सरकार चल रही है।
ये पहला एक बड़ा इवेंट हुआ है जहां पे आप इस पर विस्तृत तौर से इन डिटेल आप बात करेंगे, तो लेट अस एड्रेस ऑल इश्यूज। What do you see?
Welcome back. This is Live and Breaking, and I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Well, India's biggest news event is back. The third edition of the Republic Summit will be held in the national capital this month. The biggest names, the biggest newsmakers, the biggest agents of change and transformation in India will be at the Republic Summit. So stand by for what will be by far India's biggest news event by miles. Now, here's a look at the headlines. Sachin Pilot will be staging a one-day-long dharna demanding action from Ashok Gehlot on alleged corruption. The Congress party warns Pilot on protest, calls his dharna anti-party activity.
As somebody who's interested in receiving investments, I would only say, come have a look at what's happening in India, rather than listen to perceptions being built by people who have not even visited on the ground.
The finance minister slams negative perception on India, says those writing reports must visit India first. The Enforcement Directorate will be questioning Bihar's Deputy Chief Minister in the Land for Jobs scam. And BJP yet to release its candidate list for Karnataka. Yadurappa says the list will be out today. Sources say Papalpreet Singh has revealed Amritpal is in touch with foreign handlers to plot his escape. All right, news just coming in. We are learning that Defense Ministry of Taiwan has detected 9 Chinese warships and 26 aircraft around the island. Now, do remember that China, of course, has been carrying out military drills around Taiwan, which include sealing off the island and simulating targeted strikes. Taiwan has said that it has detected jets and warships to its east, while China said that its Shandong aircraft carrier had taken part in these exercises. Now, Beijing began these exercises Saturday after the Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen met with the U.S. House Speaker in California. After the drills, of course, the Defense Ministry had said in Taiwan that it will not essentially stop trying to make sure that it can bolster its defenses. The latest that we are getting is that there appears to be a bit of an escalation in this. We are given to understand that essentially the ministry in Taiwan has detected about 9 Chinese warships and 26 aircraft along the island. Now, China, of course, has warned that peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait and independence for Taiwan are mutually exclusive, which essentially means that it will not allow for Taiwan to continue to build its military might. There have been, of course, 3 days of live fire drills that have been conducted by the Chinese in response to the Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen's recent trip to the United States of America. Now, the war games, of course, simulated strikes on Taiwan and the encirclement of the island. And a state media report said dozens of planes had practiced an aerial blockade. Well, moving on, the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un held a military meeting with senior military officials in which the meeting focused on expanding the nation's nuclear weapons capability.
On Sunday, North Korean leader Kim Jong held a meeting with the senior military officials. The meeting was focused at making thorough preparation for any upcoming war. The meeting comes as powerful strategic measures are being carried out to expand and strengthen the war deterrent of the country. The meeting comes just a month after a similar gathering of top military officials with Kim and a series of missile launches. This time, There was more emphasis on Pyongyang's current criticism of US and South Korean joint military exercises. Pyongyang does not normally hold military exercises with other countries, but it has publicized a recent series of missile and weapon tests and continues to emphasize a nuclear capability. Even though it has not tested a nuclear device for many years. Agency Report, Republic TV.
All right, now we're cutting across the pictures that we are getting from New Delhi. These are of Tejashwi Yadav heading to the ED's office. Do remember that the ED will be quizzing the Bihar Deputy Chief Minister in the land for jobs scam. In this particular case, of course, the Lalu Yadav and his family are being looked upon by the ED in terms of whether there was land taken away from people at very cheap rates as compared to their circle rate.
लगा रहे हैं वही काम ये कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इनके लिए वो सदाचार है और विरोधी दलों के लिए कदाचार है। तो सोनिया जी जो कह रही हैं बिल्कुल ठीक कह रही हैं।
ईडी आज तेजस्वी यादव से पूछताछ कर रही है, पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया।
ये तो पहले भी पूछताछ हुई है, दोबारा उनको बुलाया है और ये मैंने नियम है इस सरकार का, जो भी विरोध में है, अभी जो है नौजवानों में, युवा नेताओं में देश के स्तर पर तेजस्वी यादव की एक मैंने छवि जो है बन रही है और ऐसी छवि जो किसी भी कीमत पर नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार के सामने झुकने वाला नहीं है। भले ही आप उसको जो भी करना है कीजिए, लेकिन झुकने वाला नहीं है। इस तरह की छवि जो है बन रही है। आप देखिए कि भय इनका जो है, इस भय के चलते क्या हुआ भाई, मायावती ने क्या किया, मैंने किस तरह से मैंने उनको संघर्ष करके कांसीराम जी ने मुख्यमंत्री बनाया और आज जो है मैंने डर के मारे, ये ईडी के डर के मारे, इनकम टैक्स के डर के मारे इन्होंने सरेंडर कर दिया है। तो जहाँ तक तेजस्वी का सवाल है, तेजस्वी सरेंडर करने वाले नहीं हैं। जिस तरह से लालू यादव ने सरेंडर नहीं किया, उस तरह से तेजस्वी भी सरेंडर नहीं करने वाले हैं। उनके खिलाफ जो भी कार्रवाई आप करना चाहते हैं कीजिए।
सचिन पायलट अपनी ही सरकार के खिलाफ आज हंगर स्ट्राइक पर बैठ रहे हैं। सचिन पायलट राजस्थान।
सचिन पायलट का मामला जो है कांग्रेस का अंदरूनी मामला है। इसके पहले भी एक बार जो है वो बगावत कर चुके हैं। क्या क्या शर्त पर सुलह हुआ था इसके बारे में हमको कोई जानकारी नहीं। अब उनका
All right, Piyush Mishra is reporting. Piyush Ori is reporting on this, in fact, and he joins us on the broadcast. Piyush, good morning. Piyush, give us a sense of what we're expecting today. Now, the RJD, of course, continues to maintain that this is a political conspiracy that, is being used to ensnare the RJD top leadership.
So, yes, good morning and good morning to all our viewers who are viewing us and listening us at the moment. And yes, after being grilled by the Central Bureau of Investigation on 25th of March, now Tejashwi Yadav, the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, is all set to be grilled by the Enforcement Directorate in the Land for Jobs scam. Now, it is going to be interesting to see that at the end of the day, what revelations are going to come forward and what further evidences are the investigating agencies going to get after grilling Tejashwi Yadav for the Land for Jobs scam. Mind you, prior to this, the Enforcement Directorate had already grilled Tejashwi's sister, Misa Yadav, regarding the same scam for which Tejashwi is going to be grilled for. So yes, it will be now interesting to see that from here on what further evidences the investigating agencies are going to get. The investigation set aside, yes, the opposition parties have made this a political conspiracy, and they have made no stone unturned to say that all this is being done to make sure that opposition gets weakened. We just heard the statement by Shivanand Tiwari in which he said that just like his father, Lalu Yadav, Tejashwi is not going to surrender. But if the investigating agencies from their investigations going to find some vital evidences against Tejashwi Yadav and his family regarding the Land for Jobs scam, perhaps things are going to get more difficult for the Yadav family. Back to the studio.
All right, Piyush Shori reporting on that. Thank you very much for joining us. So Piyush, of course, is taking us through the developments that are taking place in the national capital in the Land for Jobs scam. Sachin Pilot will be holding a day-long fast in Jaipur. The Sachin Pilot said on Sunday that Ashok Gehlot-led government had failed to investigate cases of alleged corruption during the BJP rule in Rajasthan and announced his plan to observe a day-long fast today, also to press for action. Now, taking strong objection to the dharna proposed by Pilot, the Congress said that any such protest against his government is clearly anti-party activity and against the interests of the party. So, pictures on your screen are, of course, of the venue of this dharna. Let's also bring in Madhurima right now, who's been tracking all these developments. Madhurima, what are you hearing in terms of the action that is likely to be taken by the Congress High Command? Now, they've already said that they believe this is anti-party activity, but do you see any moves really to address it?
Well, Nupur, it would be very difficult for the Congress party to take action against Sachin Pilot because he does have a lot of support here in the state of Rajasthan. Remember, even at the time when there was massive infighting last year as well, when Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi had to intervene and bring Pilot on the table to calm him down. At that point in time also he had flexed and the number of MLAs behind him were quite substantial. So to take some punitive action against Sachin Pilot or or even to think that he could be suspended from any of the posts will be very difficult for the Congress party, because then that's going to destabilize the entire political stature of the Congress party in the only Hindi belt state of the northern region. And with the 2024 elections coming in, Congress party has its stakes high in the state of Rajasthan. But if this kind of infighting continues, because this time what Sachin Pilot has done, that he's going to protest against his own government. He is highlighting the incapability of his own government, and he's trying to take a long shot from the shoulders of Ashok Gehlot to the national capital, saying that you have made this man sit over here and he is not even fighting the corruption that Congress party stands for. And this is what is the message that is being that is being propagated by Sachin Pilot all along in this past couple of days, where he has made that today's satyagrah is all for the lacuna that has been exhibited from the side of Ashok Gehlot government in fighting corruption in the state. Now we'll have to see as to what will be the kind of strength that he'll be able to garner there at the protest side, because that would be an exhibition. That would be an exact certificate of what Sachin Pilot is capable of. And after that, he's going to flex his arm and then put forth his demand in front of the top rung in the national capital.
A very interesting point you brought out there, Madhurima, that it will be the show of strength that will be important for, the Congress party to gauge whether he does have the cadres behind him or not. Stay with us. Let's listen into reactions that we are getting to this.
वसुंधरा जी की जब सरकार थी, उन्होंने जो घोटाले किए, जो भ्रष्टाचार किए, उनकी जांच नहीं हुई है अब तक। वो मामला डिले हो रहा है उस जांच को लेकर के। पायलट साहब ने पहले भी संघर्ष किया था, इतने दिनों तक उन्हें झूठा आश्वासन देते रहे कि जांच होगी, जांच होगी, जांच होगी। अब समय निकल गया, फिर जांच होगी कब? जब चिड़िया चुग गई खेत, फिर तो आचार संहिता लग जाए, चुनाव आ जाएंगे, वो लोगों को वादे किए वो पूरे नहीं हुए। तो ये जांच के खिलाफ है कि जांच करी जाए। हम भी इसी बात के पायलट साहब के साथ हैं कि जो जांच समय पे हो जानी चाहिए थी, वो अभी तक नहीं हो पाई है। बस इसी बात को लेकर के हम यहाँ बैठे हैं कि वो जांच हो, निष्पक्ष न्याय हो, जो दोषी है उनको सजा दी जाए। अगर वो दोषी नहीं है वसुंधरा जी तो कोई दिक्कत ही नहीं है, पर दोषी है तो उनको जांच करेंगे तभी तो पता चलेगा। और जांच क्यों नहीं हो रही है? जब राहुल गांधी जी के साथ अगर अन्याय हो सकता है, अगर वो उनके साथ खिलाफ कर सकते हैं, तो यहाँ हम जांच क्यों नहीं करवा सकते वसुंधरा जी के खिलाफ?
कार्यकर्ताओं के लिए लड़ाई लड़ना, हम कार्यकर्ता हैं। आज पिछले 15 साल से हम कांग्रेस के लिए, अपनी सरकार के लिए, पार्टी लाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। अब एक बात बताइए, हम अपने ही परिवार में क्या हम भीख मांगेंगे? आप बताइए, मुझे जवाब दीजिए, आप खुद ही बताइए। अपने ही परिवार में हमें, क्योंकि मैं खुद वहाँ से भरतपुर से महिला कांग्रेस की जिलाध्यक्ष रही हूँ, और अपने ही मंच पे मुझे जगह के लिए मुझे भी
All right, news just coming in. We are learning that the Supreme Court has rejected the Tamil Nadu government's appeal against the Madras High Court, allowing route marches by the RSS in the state. Now, do remember that the Tamil Nadu government had moved the Supreme Court challenging the Madras High Court order, which had allowed the RSS's rally in the state. So, in effect, the Madras High Court's order stays. The Madras High Court, of course, had directed the Tamil Nadu police to grant permission to the RSS to take out route marches in various districts across the state on public roads. The latest that we are getting is that the Supreme Court has rejected the Tamil Nadu government's appeal against the Madras High Court order that allowed for these route marches to take place. So the RSS's rallies can now go ahead legally, at least, and the police will have to grant permission to the RSS to take out these marches in various districts across the state. Now, in November, I think, of last year, RSS workers had carried out their annual rallies in Kadalur as well as Perambudur districts after they were not given permission for their rally by the Madras High Court. Now, later in the year, of course, Tamil Nadu police had denied permission for these RSS rallies, against which the RSS had gone to court. So this is being seen as a huge setback for the Stalin-led government, which had gone to the High Court appealing against the permission that had been given by the Madras High Court for the RSS to carry out these route marches. So huge setback over there coming in for the Tamil Nadu government, with the Supreme Court essentially rejecting the petition that had been filed by the Tamil Nadu government in the Supreme Court against the Madras High Court's order, which essentially had given permission to the RSS to carry out these scheduled marches across various districts in Tamil Nadu. Now, earlier on, of course, the Madras High Court had asked the police in Tamil Nadu to give permission to the RSS to carry out these route marches. The RSS, of course, has said that it does carry out these route marches at various locations in Tamil Nadu. The court also, of course, that is the Madras High Court, earlier had made it very clear that authorities would face contempt action if they violated the order of the Tamil Nadu High Court, now of the Chennai High Court, I beg your pardon. Now, against this, of course, the Tamil Nadu government had approached the top court of the country. Now, the top court has essentially rejected this appeal. Let's go across to Varshini, who has more details on this. Varshini, this of course would be viewed as a huge setback, Varshini, for the Stalin-led government.
Well, Nupur, absolutely yes, because initially when the RSS asked for permission for a rally, conducting rally in different places, almost 50 places in Tamil Nadu and one place in Pondicherry, the Tamil Nadu government did not give permission, citing law and order issues. If you remember, this exactly happened during the time of the PFI ban in the state. Therefore, the Tamil Nadu government stated that it would not be able to give permission because of certain fringe elements in the state which would cause issues in the state, and that is why they rejected. But later on, when the RSS went to the Madras High Court, the Madras High Court gave a later date. From October 2nd to November 6th, it was moved, and Madras High Court allowed the rally. But once again, the Tamil Nadu government, the Tamil Nadu police in particular, rejected it, allowing only 3 places the rally to happen. All the rest, 47 places, were rejected, saying that law and order issues are still prevailing in the state. And later on, Madras High Court, it was
once again in an appeal by the RSS mentioned about how it was stated that the rally could happen in a closed spaces or in grounds, not on the roads, so that the people can the government can provide proper security and law and order issues would not happen. But once again, Tamil Nadu government moved to the Supreme Court, and now we can see that the Supreme Court rejects Tamil Nadu government's plea, and it gives permission for RSS matches to happen in Tamil Nadu. It is definitely looking like a big win for the RSS, because they've been trying to make sure that this rally happens for the past 6 months. It was a rally that was initially planned for the Gandhi Jayanti in the state, and now if you see, after 6 to 7 months of legal battle, RSS has finally been given permission.
All right.
And we have to see if Tamil Nadu government is finally allowing RSS to conduct the marches or not. Nupur.
Absolutely. Now that will remain to be seen. Varshini, do stay with us. Let me go across to Mr. Sharda, who joins us on the broadcast. Mr. Sharda, good morning. How do you see, what the Supreme Court has said?
See, Supreme Court has upheld the law. It is a slap on the face of Dravidian politics, the hate and divisive politics of DMK. RS has been around in Tamil Nadu since 1948 or even earlier. I think it is around 1930 the work started. And there is not a single riot for any other functions of RSS, nor any disturbance after the route march. This is the frustration of DMK because RSS is, busting its myth of the so-called Dravidian history, which is nothing but Bharatiya history. It is not separate that they're trying to prove. And this is the reason they've been after RSS. Now this fake ideology of Dravidian in North-South divide, Aryan Dravid divide is being exposed continuously. So DMK is frustrated and people don't take its word anymore. That is the way they are trying to suppress the voice of people, alternative ideas, and this shows that clear expose. And I think they should desist from such a game, and this has been going on from DMK, Congress, something that is put in dustbin of history, but these people live in the past and they try to oppress the voice of reason by these kind of oppressive measures. This will not work anymore.
Right, Mr. Sharda, thank you for joining us on that. So that was Ratan Sharda over there saying that essentially this will be seen as a setback to the Tamil Nadu government. Let me go back to Varshini. Now, Varshini, it'll be very interesting to see how, the Stalin government proceeds on this, because in the past, the Tamil Nadu police has denied permission for these rallies. In fact, so much so that the High Court had actually said that it will believe that it is contempt of court if permissions are not given.
Absolutely, yes, Nupur. There was a very, very long legal battle that has been happening for the past few months, and the RSS has been trying to make sure that they are able to conduct these marches, but the Tamil Nadu government also made sure that they will not give permission. Initially, they said law and order issues, and once again, because of the PFI, and once again, they kept hanging on to the law and order issues, and even the Madras High Court raised questions about how if a state government is not able to control and keep intact the law and order of the state, and saying that they will not be able to give permission because of issues, then how is even the state government functioning is what one of the questions that the Madras High Court raised, like you mentioned. They also spoke about how, if there could be alternate routes being planned for RSS that the city police can do, and, make sure that this can still happen without any issues or traffic or any other issues in the state. But the Tamil Nadu government kept on standing on their stand about how it is not possible for Tamil Nadu government to give permission for RSS to do these marches, and that is why Madras High Court finally gave a verdict about how they can let them conduct the marches, and the Tamil Nadu police should make sure that enough security is given, enough so that the law and order issues do not happen. And at the same time, if you see, the Tamil Nadu government moved to the Supreme Court over the verdict of the Madras High Court, which permitted the RSS marches to happen, and the Supreme Court has now once again very clearly, after hearing both the sides, have rejected the Tamil Nadu government's plea, and this means that the RSS can conduct their route marches in Tamil Nadu in the different places that they initially approached for, and the Tamil Nadu government has to make sure that enough security is given to them, and enough police personnel are deployed whenever these marches happen, so that they are able to prevent any and every kind of law and order issue that could possibly arise during these marches.
All right, pictures on your screen are coming to you of the day-long dharna that is going to be held in Jaipur by Sachin Pilot. Now we are given to understand that he has left for the dharna. Currently, I'm going to try and go across to our correspondent on the ground, Madhurima, to give us more details. But do remember that this has essentially raised the heckles of the Congress party, which has been seeing an internal conflict brewing in the Rajasthan unit for a while now. In fact, ever since the last government was formed in Rajasthan, we have seen a tussle of sorts between the former Deputy Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Sachin Pilot, and the current Chief Minister, Ashok Gehlot. Now, this is being seen largely perhaps as an attempt by Sachin Pilot to extract a promise from the party's high command that they will consider him for the Chief Minister's post were the Congress to win these elections.
Sachin Pilot is what we can say.
Sir, how do you see Congress party is calling it an anti-party activity, sir? Sir, the Congress party is calling it anti-party activity. Chalo.
All right, so Sachin Pilot not wanting to comment on the position that has been taken so far by the Congress party. The Congress leadership essentially and the Rajasthan convener of the Congress party has said that they view this as an anti-party activity and that Sachin Pilot must air his grouse against the party to party leadership and not in a public forum or on the media, to the media, I beg your pardon. Let's go across to Madhurima, who's covering this for us. Madhurima, Sachin Pilot, of course, not wanting to comment, right before he starts his dharna, but obviously it'll be very interesting to watch out for how much of a support base he has amongst the cadres in Rajasthan.
Well, absolutely, because that's going to be one of the crucial aspects. We are following Sachin Pilot's convoy over here. He's just left. It's just a couple of kilometers, around 2 to 3 kilometers, the protest site from his residence. And when we question that how would he like to react on the fact that the party is calling it an anti-party activity, he just replied with folded hands. That means he first would want to recce around the kind of strength that he has been able to garner there at the protest site. Because as I was pointing out earlier as well, the kind of support he garners today will really put him in the position of power, whether that he can heckle with the top rung of the party or not, or will he have to, he has to adhere to the demands of the party and then fall in line. So all this has to be seen, all this will be clear by today evening as to the kind of strength Mr. Pilot is able to garner. Why it is important for the Congress party to keep it together, because such behavior was exhibited by the state leaders in the state of Punjab.
सचिन पायलट फिलहाल मौन है, कुछ नहीं कह रहे हैं। सचिन पायलट ने कुछ भी बात करने से इनकार कर दिया है। किसी भी तरीके से कोई बात सचिन पायलट ने नहीं की है। आप यहाँ तस्वीरें देखेंगे, तस्वीरों में आपको नजर आया किस तरीके से हमने बात करने की कोशिश की सचिन पायलट से, लेकिन सचिन पायलट कुछ नहीं कह रहे हैं। सचिन
भैया आराम से
सचिन पायलट यहाँ जो है आप देख सकते हैं कि कुछ भी बोलने से इनकार कर दिया है। सचिन पायलट ने कुछ भी बोलने से इनकार कर दिया है। यहाँ सचिन पायलट से हमने बात करने की कोशिश की, सचिन पायलट ने कुछ भी कहने से इनकार कर दिया है। अब ये गाड़ियाँ जो हैं, ये काफिला जो है वो शहीद स्मारक की तरफ निकल रहा है, उसी जगह पे जहाँ धरना होना है सचिन पायलट का, और काफिला जो है वो निकल चुका है।
All right, so Sachin Pilot not really wanting to talk to the media as of yet, but obviously this does send a signal to the party high command that this time perhaps he means business. Now for the Congress, it is going to be very troublesome because something like this was witnessed in Punjab. However, Sachin Pilot does enjoy a lot of support. He does, have a very, very a loyal constituency of voters, and that is not going to be easy for the Congress to ignore at all. We are going to keep you updated on all the action from Jaipur, where Sachin Pilot is holding a day-long dharna. Stay with us on Republic.
आप सभी देश के जन जन तक सही सूचनाएं पहुंचाने में अहम भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। जब नेशन फर्स्ट होता है तब हमारे संकल्प भी बड़े होते हैं और उनको सिद्ध करने के प्रयास भी व्यापक होते हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमने भी ठान लिया है, हमारा रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क भी अपने कदम और भी तेज करेगा।
Mediation will work when there is uncertainty of winning by any one party. इसलिए जो judgment आया यही सबसे उत्तम है. This puts an end to the whole issue.
Assertive 1% that wants to open the wounds again. They do not operate only by the verdict of the court.
The India developmental model is the right model which the world can follow, and that is the opportunity that we have before us.
I believe that you are soaked in the philosophy of nation first.
इस देश में बहुत समय के बाद एक ऐसी सरकार आई है जो सरकार टिकाने के लिए नहीं चल रही है, देश को सुधारने के लिए सरकार चल रही है।
ये पहला एक बड़ा इवेंट हुआ है जहां पे आप इस पर विस्तृत तौर से इन डिटेल आप बात करेंगे, तो लेट अस एड्रेस ऑल इश्यूज। What do you see our country as in 2030 in diplomatic and political terms?
I see more change between now and 2030 than I saw in the last 40 years.
Media persons, they're surrounding Sachin Pilot there, who is en route to the dharna site. He has left for a day-long dharna. Remember this dharna, he is staging against the Gehlot government, his own government. Then high voltage drama in Rajasthan Congress today, and my colleague Madhurima is tracking all those developments and giving us all the updates from the ground. And let us tell you, this is the visual you can see. Madhurima is with us on the broadcast. Madhurima, the latest we are learning is that Sachin Pilot has left for the dharna site.
आज का दिन चलने के पीछे बड़ी वजह है वो बड़े आगे चल जाओ
Madhurima, can you hear me? All right, I'm told that Madhurima is back with us. Madhurima, we've got the viewers' first visuals of Sachin Pilot en route, the dharna side, the protest side, and this is the most open revolts so far now. This is right ahead of the Rajasthan elections that will be happening months from now. This, of course, high voltage drama that will be unfolding today.
Because this is just a couple of months ahead of the assembly elections and the super crucial 2024 election. And Rajasthan being one of the very important states in the Congress's kitty, they would not want to lose it because of the infighting, because the similar kind of fate was met in the state of Punjab and in Uttarakhand because of the continuous and incessant infighting within the party cadre. In those states they lost, and this could be the fate for Rajasthan as well. Now the Gehlot government has been saying that Sachin Pilot cannot be trusted because of the way he flexed his arm in 2020, and they say that he had turned against the party. But Sachin Pilot, ever since the beginning, has made it very clear that he wants development in the state. He wants to fight the corruption. But it is the Gehlot government that is falling flat on the promises that they made ahead of elections. And now that when the elections are coming back again, what would be the grounds for people to vote for them again? And this is why this satyagrah, so that the Gehlot government could fight the corruption cases and in the end could cases and in the end. But we'll have to see as to how this really pans
Right,
out,
and of course,
all be there in a couple of minutes.
All right, stay with us, Madhurima. My colleague Nupur is also joining us on the broadcast for more on this. This is the biggest open revolt by Sachin Pilot so far, Nupur, and we are seeing that despite Congress's dire warning, despite the Congress calling it an anti-party activity, we see that Sachin Pilot is going ahead with this dharna.
Yes, absolutely, Rakshita. It's going to be very interesting to watch out for as to how the Congress deals with it, given the fact that, Sachin Pilot does enjoy a considerable amount of heft as far as, the Congress cadres in Rajasthan is concerned. So it will not be easy for the Congress party to be able to circumvent this rebellion. Perhaps Sachin Pilot is looking for a kind of a promise ahead of these elections to remember that this has been a saga that's been ongoing for quite some time now. I'm going to go across back on the ground right now to Madhurima to get a sense of the kind of support that Sachin Pilot is enjoying currently, because that essentially is going to be how this unfolds. Now, Madhurima, the Congress party has said that it treats this as anti-party activity. But even as it said that, it said also the fact that, they would like to talk to Sachin Pilot, they would like him to raise these issues within the party. And, the Congress in charge for Rajasthan also continuously maintain that we've been in touch with Sachin Pilot.
और कार्यकर्ताओं का लगातार यहाँ पर नारेबाजी जो है कार्यकर्ताओं की तरफ से की जा रही है, जहाँ सचिन पायलट जो है मंच पर जा चुके हैं। तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, रिपब्लिक भारत पर तस्वीरें। अभिवादन करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं सचिन पायलट, अपने कार्यकर्ताओं का अभिवादन करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं सचिन पायलट। यहाँ पर तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं। आज मौन व्रत पर रहने वाले हैं, ऐसा बताया जा रहा है। और उसके बाद 4 बजे के बाद जो है वो सचिन पायलट जो है वो आज देख सकते हैं, तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं और सारी भारत पर तस्वीरें हैं ये यहाँ पर
देखेंगे। और उसके बाद तमाम जो अपनी बात है क्या वो रखेंगे। हालांकि किसी भी तरीके के भाषण को लेकर मना यहाँ पर किया गया है कि किसी भी तरीके का जो भाषण है वो यहाँ पर या बयानबाजी जो है वो नहीं की जाएगी। क्या किसी तरीके का बयान, क्योंकि 4:30 बजे तक का भी वक्त बताया जा रहा है। 11 बजे से जो है वो शुरुआत हो गया, तकरीबन उसी मंच पर बैठ चुकी है। और ये देखिए कैसे तमाम समर्थक यहाँ पर इस वक्त सचिन पायलट के उनके समर्थन में आवाज उठा रहे हैं। उनके समर्थक बड़ी संख्या में यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं और सचिन पायलट अब मंच पर बैठ चुके हैं, मंच पर आसीन हो चुके हैं। और शाम तक यानी तकरीबन 4:30 बजे तक इसी तरीके से सचिन पायलट यहाँ पर बैठे रहेंगे और अनशन यहाँ पर शाम तक किया जाएगा। और महत्वपूर्ण ये है कि अपनी ही सरकार के खिलाफ ये आवाज जो है वो उठाई गई है। अपनी ही सरकार के खिलाफ यहाँ पर जो आवाज है वो सचिन पायलट उठाते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं।
विशाल आगे खड़ा है, विशाल आगे खड़ा है।
All right, so pictures on your screen are of the dharna that's taking place in Jaipur. Now, it appears that the Congress party is now openly siding with the incumbent chief minister, that is Ashok Gehlot. What is also clear is that Sachin Pilot is being seen perhaps as the main opponent to Raje. I'm going to go across back to Madhurima on the ground right now. Madhurima, what's a very important indication for the Congress is going to be the large numbers that we are seeing right now, and they do appear to be, quite a big crowd over there.
सचिन पायलट बैठे हुए हैं धरना स्थल पर, ठीक उसी जगह पर मैं मौजूद हूं। यहां पे आप तस्वीर देखेंगे सचिन पायलट की। सचिन पायलट बैठ चुके हैं, आमरण अनशन कर रहे हैं, 1 दिन का अनशन उनका है। और यहां तस्वीरें जो हैं आप देख सकते हैं, यहां उनके समर्थक उनको पटका पहना रहे हैं। तस्वीरों में आप यहां देख सकते हैं, सबसे नजदीक से रिपब्लिक आपको दिखा रहा है तस्वीरें। आपको यहां पे उनके तमाम समर्थक नजर आ रहे होंगे जो लगातार यहां पे बैठ रहे हैं। सबसे पहले उन्हें भगवा पटका पहनाया गया, पहला जो पटका था उनको भगवा पटका पहनाया गया। उसके बाद अब यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे आप तस्वीरें देखेंगे कि यहाँ 5 बजे तक मौन की स्थिति में सचिन पायलट रहने वाले हैं। सचिन पायलट मौन की स्थिति में यहाँ रहने वाले हैं। सचिन पायलट के समर्थक यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं। लगातार समर्थकों का जो आना है वो शुरू हो चुका है और यहाँ तस्वीरें आप देखेंगे तो सचिन पायलट के चेहरे को आप देखें, वो बड़ा गंभीर है और जिस तरीके से समर्थक हैं वो भी हैं। लेकिन मैं कहूँगा कि एक बार मंच पर नजर रखें, आप सचिन पायलट पर ही फोकस करें महेश। और यहाँ तस्वीरें जो हैं वो आप देखेंगे, मौन धारण किए हुए सचिन पायलट आपको यहाँ नजर आ रहे होंगे और यहाँ पे तस्वीरें आप देखेंगे तो आपको समझ में आया होगा। तस्वीरें आप यहाँ देख सकते हैं। मीडिया को यहाँ सचिन पायलट जो है वो कह रहे हैं कि अभी शांति बनाए रखें। तस्वीरें अपने समर्थकों को यहाँ शांत करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तस्वीरों को यहाँ देखेंगे, बड़े नजदीकी से रिपब्लिक आपको दिखा रहा है आपकी टीवी स्क्रीन पर। ये तस्वीरें सचिन पायलट की हैं और ये तस्वीरें कहीं ना कहीं बदलाव की भी हो सकती हैं, क्योंकि जो स्टेप सचिन पायलट ने उठाया है, जो कदम सचिन पायलट ने उठाया है, वो राजस्थान की राजनीति में कहीं ना कहीं बड़ा हो सकता है। क्योंकि जिस तरीके से सुखजिंदर रंधावा ने कहा कि ये पार्टी विरोधी गतिविधियों में आता है ये धरना, तो इस धरने से पीछे नहीं हटे हैं सचिन पायलट। इस धरने पर बैठ चुके हैं और जब बैठ गए हैं तो इसका मतलब यह है कि अब सचिन पायलट के कदम पीछे नहीं रहने वाले, अब वो कदम आगे की तरफ बढ़ेंगे। फिर चाहे कुछ भी कदम हो, किस तरीके के भी कदम हो, ये तस्वीरें जो हैं वो आप देख सकते हैं। इसमें अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि सचिन पायलट की जो स्थिति है वो कितनी गंभीरता से वो इस चीज को सोच रहे हैं। हालांकि मीडिया ने उनसे कई बार बात करने की कोशिश की, लेकिन किसी को भी उन्होंने बात करने से मना कर दिया। सचिन पायलट बिल्कुल भी किसी भी मीडिया से बात नहीं कर रहे हैं। अभी वो मीडिया के साथियों को भी कहीं ना कहीं अभी कह रहे हैं कि शांत रहें, अभी बात वो नहीं करेंगे। 5 बजे तक ये धरना जो है वो चलने वाला है और सचिन पायलट जिंदाबाद के नारे चल रहे हैं, देशभक्ति गाने जो हैं वो चल रहे हैं। समर्थक जो हैं वो लगातार यहाँ काम कर रहे हैं, बात कर रहे हैं और सोच में है कि सचिन पायलट आखिर कौन सा स्टेप उठाएंगे। क्योंकि जब सचिन पायलट को लेकर के बात कही जाती है तो उनके समर्थकों में एक बात जरूर साफ निकल के आती है कि सचिन पायलट कुछ गलत नहीं कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि उनके साथ जो अन्याय हुआ है वो पिछले 4 सालों में जनता देख रही है। इसी तरीके से सचिन पायलट समर्थक विधायक जिस तरीके से वेद प्रकाश सोलंकी ने कल रिपब्लिक से कहा था कि हमारा गला दबाया जा रहा है और राजस्थान की जनता जानती है कि गला दबाने का काम किस तरीके से हो रहा है। तो तस्वीरों में आप यहाँ देख सकते हैं कि समर्थक तो हैं ही, समर्थकों के साथ साथ में यहाँ पे सचिन पायलट किस तरीके से बैठे हुए हैं, वो मौन धारण किए हुए हैं और सचिन पायलट के साथ में यहाँ उनके समर्थक जो हैं वो बैठे हुए हैं। तो तस्वीरों में आपको सब कुछ नजर आ रहा है, तस्वीरों में आपको ये नजदीक से हम दिखा रहे हैं और यहाँ सचिन पायलट जो बैठे हुए हैं उससे ये समझा जा सकता है कि 5 घंटे तक मौन रहेंगे और इसी मौन को कांग्रेस पार्टी ने कहा था कि ये पार्टी विरोधी है। तो स्थिति जो है वो कहीं ना कहीं यहाँ दिखाई दे रही है आपको। और यहाँ सचिन पायलट मीडिया से फिलहाल बात नहीं कर रहे, लेकिन समर्थकों का तांता जो है वो लगातार चल रहा है, आ रहे हैं समर्थक, आ रहे हैं और समर्थक जो हैं वो लगातार जब आ रहे हैं तो यहाँ अब चिंता का विषय कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए ये भी है कि सुखजिंदर रंधावा जिस बात को कल रात को कह रहे थे वो बात पूरी हो पाएगी कि नहीं हो पाएगी। यहाँ पे मेरे साथ में कुछ लोग हैं, कहाँ से आए हैं आप? झुंझुनू से आए हैं आप जी। तो सचिन पायलट के समर्थक हैं?
बिल्कुल सर।
क्या कहेंगे जो पार्टी कह रही है उसके लिए, क्या कहेंगे?
पार्टी के अकॉर्डिंग जो सचिन बोल रहे हैं वो सही है सर, इनके विरुद्ध।
Pictures on your screen are of Sachin Pilot over there. He has decided not to speak to the media and remain mum through the day. But the idiom that silence speaks louder than 1,000 words may hold true in this case, because Sachin Pilot has sent across a very strong signal to the Congress party that this time he's not going to bow down to the party, and in fact that he has now taken a position of strength over here. Let's go across to Madhurima. Madhurima, just give us a sense of the large number of people who have gathered, because it's going to be very important to see whether the Congress still tries to broker peace or whether Sachin Pilot decides to go his separate way. And do remember that Republic Media Network, of course, has spoken about the fact that Sachin Pilot may actively be considering an option of breaking away from the Congress party.
Well, yes, absolutely, Nupur, we'll take you straight to the visuals over here, and you can see hundreds of people have gathered here in this small park. Even outside, you can see outside the railing, because the venue is house full, and the sloganeering with the slogans of Sachin Pilot, I love you, Sachin Pilot Zindabad, are echoing all across this entire venue of Shaheed Smarak. And as you can see, that this is just not here, but even outside, people have gathered, the workers have gathered, because the entire venue is full. So it is not like the Sachin Pilot is on the weaker end. The show of strength and the way party workers have marched with him is extraordinary, and this would be an interesting fight now, because Sachin Pilot, with the kind of gathering here, let me tell you, Nupur, this is much more, the gathering is much heavier than what it was at Rajghat when Priyanka Gandhi had come for Satyagrah, because I was there as well. I am here today as well. So today the venue is full, but that day when I was there reporting for Priyanka Gandhi's Satyagrah, it was a half empty venue. But like I'm saying, it's a 360-degree shot that we are showing for our viewers, as to see that how the entire area is full. The entire park that was booked for this particular Satyagrah is full. And Sachin Pilot in visuals. Sachin Pilot in visuals, he is standing up, he might speak, and you can see him on the stage. Sachin Pilot's exclusive visuals bringing from the spot, and he will be making an address as well. And he's going to make a statement as well. A lot of fears.
Madhurima, if you can hear me, I just wanted to understand from you whether, people who you've spoken to around you, his supporters, see him as being pitted against the BJP, in a scenario that he were to break away from the Congress party. Is he pitching himself as being, the face against corruption in the state at large? Because, with a single stroke, he has managed to take on Ashok Gehlot and, Vasundhara Raje Scindia, whom he accuses of being hugely corrupt. Madhurima, if you can hear me, I was asking you, do you think that this is a master stroke by Sachin Pilot? Because in a single stroke, he has managed to portray himself to be, the person who speaks against corruption. He has managed to portray himself to be against Ashok Gehlot, as well as Vasundhara Raje Scindia, whom he accuses of having been at the helm of a very, very corrupt BJP leadership when the party was in power.
But yes, you were asking about the show of strength, and the show of strength is massive, and in just a moment from now, we can expect Sachin Pilot to speak as well, give an address as well, and there's a lot of ruckus over here, because the number of people that have poured in support of Sachin Pilot, and they continue to pour in. In fact, the area in and around the premises where he is sitting for the dharna is entirely packed, and it's jam-packed to the extent that the security is facing a lot of, is facing a lot of trouble over here to calm the entire crowd down and to regularize the media. So all these efforts being made to stabilize the entire thing, and we have Sachin Pilot on the stage, and the show of strength, like we were talking about, is massive. And this only means one thing for the Congress party, Nupur, that it's not going to be an easy fight. Sachin Pilot is not going to bow down easy, and he is going to keep his point first. And with the Rajasthan Assembly elections coming in, it is going to be a difficult task for the Congress party to keep it together without Sachin Pilot, because if they take an hasty decision against Pilot, you can see the kind of support the Rajasthan government is going to lose over here. My video journalist Vivek bringing you the visuals right from the spot where Mr. Pilot is sitting over here in the day-long Anshan. He is sitting here, and all against for Sachin Pilot, and they keep on pressurizing the fact that they are with Sachin Pilot. All they say that हमारा नेता कैसा हो, Sachin Pilot जैसा हो. So that is a lot of support for Sachin Pilot. And in a while that he will also speak to the media, because the entire crowd being streamlined by the security officials as well. Sachin Pilot there, live visuals, sitting on the Satyagrah, massive support pouring in inside the Gandhi Smarak Park over here, just a couple of kilometers away from Sachin Pilot's main residence. We are bringing viewers over here with Sachin Pilot being at the helm of this massive support that has poured in for his Satyagrah that intends to initiate and that intends to push the Gehlot government to initiate action against the alleged corruption that took place during the Vasundhara Raje tenure. But as we know that the Congress party and the Gehlot government has made it clear that it is an anti-party activity over here, and that Sachin Pilot, instead of organizing such an event, should sit on the table and speak to the people today as well. Sukhwinder Singh Randhawa, who is in charge of the party, Congress party in Rajasthan, said that how he has been in charge for past 5 months, but Sachin Pilot has not come issue or raised any issue against the kind of governance that is happening. But once again, he says that dialogue is the better way, but at the same time they are also issuing a notice against Pilot and not calling him on the table. So it's quite ironical. It is quite ironical because both sides are passing the blame to each other, but no action being taken. I believe it is the common person, the common man of Rajasthan facing the brunt of the infighting, as because of the infighting, the development work that was supposed to be done is, of course, facing a lot of trouble and is facing the kind of stagnancy that there should not be because of the infighting that has been continuous since this government was formed in this state 4 years back. And with the elections inching closer, it is only going to be embarrassing for the Congress party to lose yet another state because of the infighting in their own party.
So essentially also, Madhurima, as you're pointing out, obviously the Congress party has not said that it has essentially said it views this as anti-party activity, but on the other side, they're not also calling him for talks. Now, do you have any information on whether any backdoor communication is still open with Sachin Pilot, or, has the Congress party pretty much indicated, by saying that this is anti-party activity, that it will not be talking to Sachin Pilot on this? Of course, on the other side, Sachin Pilot does enjoy huge numbers of support in Rajasthan. There are parts of Rajasthan, which are looked upon as being Sachin Pilot's, stronghold. So, does the Congress party risk losing that, and is it prepared to deal with that at all? Madhurima, can you hear me? All right, viewers will appreciate that it does appear to be a very, very large gathering that Madhurima is reporting from. This is the Dharna site in Jaipur. I don't think if she can hear me, but I'm going to try once again. Now, Madhurima, do you know whether the Congress party has kept some channel of negotiation open with Sachin Pilot? Because so far it does appear that while they have said that he should voice his concerns within the Congress party's forum, they haven't really made a concerted effort to reach out to him and have talks with him.
Well, Nupur, that's the irony that we've been highlighting. That on one side you're saying that Mr. Pilot should come on the table and have peaceful dialogue. But on the other side, what is being done is AICC issuing a notice calling the entire Satyagraha as an anti-party activity. And and they are saying it on paper, a public notice that they have issued that they would like to have a dialogue. So there is nobody assigned as such to come to Mr. Pilot, and that is what he wants. He wants to be heard. He wants that the issues that he has been raising for ever since 2020, where he expressed his concern. Ever since then, he has been promised time and again that his concerns will be heard. He had met Priyanka Gandhi, he had met Rahul Gandhi. The number of talks happened between them and Sachin Pilot, but I believe everything has fallen flat once again because at the same time we see this satyagraha happening, and my video journalist a 360-degree view of the entire area, how is jam-packed, how people have poured in, the Rajasthan Congress workers have poured in support of Sachin Pilot, and the entire venue is packed. Even the Congress workers, they continue to pour out. Even outside, the area outside is jam-packed. So this is the kind of show Mr. Pilot has today put in front of the Congress party, asserting that he is not going to bow out. He is not going to let the Gehlot government have it easy. He is going to put forth his views, and he's going to challenge them hard. Because remember, there were multiple times that Sachin Pilot had raised these issues of either action against Dalit, and then there were atrocities against Dalit. There was a child who was beaten to death because he drank the water from a common water cooler. He was a Dalit child. He raised his voice then as well that the government is not taking cognizance of such incidents that are increasing in Rajasthan. Then of course this new entire incident of the corruption that has come up, that the corruption during the alleged corruption during the Vasundhara Raje regime should be probed in, and that is the demand that has been kept by Sachin Pilot, and this is what he's keep on pressing upon. And he's, the bizarre fact and the embarrassing fact for the Gehlot government is that their own leader of the highest rank is saying that his senior is not capable of taking cognizance of the corruptions that took place in the previous regime. And he's saying that how the Congress in its previous manifesto during the election had pointed out that they're going to fight against corruption, and once again with elections around the corner, it will be difficult for them to ask for votes again, and which is why it is high time that they should expedite the entire matter, and that they should expedite the entire matter, and that they should initiate action against. So you can see that the kind of support that has erupted here in support of Sachin Pilot needs to be seen. Because the number of people that have poured in is massive, which is why the security regulations are difficult for the security officials to manage. But we are bringing you these visuals right from the deck. At the center stage, Mr. Sachin Pilot sitting. It's a day-long observing to force the Gehlot government to start action against the alleged corruption during the Vasundhara Raje period. But the point that Sachin Pilot wants to do has been proven all along, that whether he will be able to garner support or not, that he's done, and the support that he's given to garner more than massive. Jam-packed. It is comparatively more than what Ms. Priyanka Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge were able to garner during the Congress protest just a couple of weeks back at Rajasthan. So he has proved that he is a famous leader over here, and that he's not going to bow out. So we'll have to see how the Congress top rank, how the Gehlot government reacts to the entire protest that is happening here, the satyagraha that is happening here. We'll see that how
का प्रश्न राजस्थान के
प्रभारी महासचिव से पूछेंगे तो सही रहेगा।
आप राजस्थान से सांसद है सर, इसलिए पूछा जा रहा है कि राजस्थान में स्थितियां ठीक नहीं है।
आप मेरी एमपी ग्रांट के बारे में पूछिए, मैं जवाब दूंगा। आपको कोई और डेवलपमेंट की, वहां तरक्की की कोई बात के बारे में जानना है, जवाब दूंगा। संगठन की जिम्मेवारी आप ये समझेंगे। मैं राजस्थान से राज्यसभा सांसद हूं, ये सही है। मैं हरियाणा की धरती से आता हूं, ये भी सही है। पर संगठन की जो भूमिका है उसमें स्पेसिफिक भूमिका वहां के प्रभारी जो पंजाब से हमारे दोस्त हैं उनको दी है, वो महासचिव हैं। आप उनसे ये सवाल पूछिए।
सवाल है सर कोल्हार को लेकर, राहुल गांधी कोल्हार जा रहे हैं 16 तारीख को, और क्या कोल्हार सीट से चुनाव लड़ने को लेकर सिद्धारमैया का मामला अभी तक फाइनल हुआ कि नहीं, ये भी जान
देखिए।
Right, so that is Randeep Singh Surjewala not wanting to answer any questions as far as the situation in Rajasthan goes. But one thing that the Congress party cannot accuse Sachin Pilot is of impatience. He's been extremely patient. He has brought out his issues with the Gandhis several times, and despite the reassurances that have been given to him, he feels at least that those issues have not been addressed. Now, Madhurima, of course, is continuing to bring us the latest from the Dharna site in Jaipur. But what does appear to be extremely clear is that Sachin Pilot enjoys a mass support base in Rajasthan, which is going to be extremely difficult for the Congress party to ignore. There is also talk, of course, of the fact that Sachin Pilot could perhaps be thinking of floating his own political party. That, of course, has been a big news break from Republic TV, and it appears that, you know, what we said yesterday may just be coming true. Let's go. Well, very difficult situation for the Congress party. It has, of course, said that it views this dharna that is being carried out by Sachin Pilot and his supporters as being anti-party activity, going on to say that they're willing to discuss issues. But we haven't really heard whether the Congress party has sent an emissary to Sachin Pilot. We are told that the Rajasthan in charge for the Congress is going to be in Rajasthan today and tomorrow to try and ward off a rebellion. But perhaps it may just be too late now. I'm going to try and dip into Madhurima. Okay, I don't think we've got Madhurima yet, but as we've been talking about, obviously Sachin Pilot has decided this time around it is going to be a final decision, because do remember that Rajasthan goes to the polls this year, and obviously for Sachin Pilot to take a final decision on whether he wants to stay with the Congress party or, you know, float his own political outfit or perhaps, you know, join another political party, there are very few months left to decide, and hence the timing of this show of support becomes increasingly important. Now, do remember that Sachin Pilot has said that this dharna is against corruption broadly. He's accused the Gehlot government of not acting against corruption cases of Vasundhara Raje Scindia. In a sense, what he's doing is that he is pegging the two of them together, and he himself being portrayed as the person who will be fighting corruption. Very interesting to watch out for whether, you know, Sachin Pilot does speak at all today. He has decided to maintain silence throughout the fast. It gets over at about 5 in the evening is what we are hearing. But he has said that he will not be talking to the media before that. Whether the Congress party comes out and addresses this issue or not remains to be seen. Now, Ashok Gehlot, who's at the center largely of this accusation that the Congress party has not acted against corruption, has also chosen not to speak. All right, now pictures on your screen are of the large-scale support that Sachin Pilot seems to be enjoying of Congress cadres at the moment. Let's listen into some reactions that we are getting to this protest that is taking place in Jaipur.
देखिए, ऐसा है कि सचिन पायलट जी को इस समय पूरी शक्ति लगाना चाहिए। राहुल जी को जिस तरह से प्रताड़ित किया जा रहा है, संसद से निकाल दिया गया है, अदालत से सजा करा दी गई है, उनके पीछे खड़ा होना चाहिए। कांग्रेस ने बहुत कुछ उनको दिया है।
क्योंकि लोकसभा चुनाव अब लगभग साल भर से कम का है, तो अगर इन विसंगतियों को, एनोमलीज को अगर दूर ना किया जाए तो मैं समझता हूँ संदेश अच्छा नहीं जाता।
सर, इस बीच बीजेपी कह रही है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इस स्टेट में 2 सीएम दे दिए हैं जो कि दोनों आपस में लड़ते रहते हैं, इनके खिलाफ अब पार्टी प्रदर्शन करने
पहले अपना वसुंधरा जी वाला रिजॉल्व कर लेना। वो संकट तो उनका बहुत बड़ा संकट है, कई वर्षों का है। यहाँ हाईकमान को वो चुनौती देती हैं, हाईकमान को ना उगलते ना निगलते बन रहा है। रिजॉल्व कर लीजिए, कांग्रेस का मामला है, कांग्रेस रिजॉल्व करेगी।
सर, इलेक्शन कमीशन का कल का जो फैसला है जिसमें कि आम आदमी पार्टी को नेशनल पार्टी का स्टेटस दिया।
I'm going to try and go across to Madhurima to get a sense of what's happening over there currently. Madhurima, if you can hear us, give us an overall sense of what's happening right now. Now, Sachin Pilot, of course, has decided that he's not going to be speaking, but do you see any emissaries of the Congress party perhaps trying to get in a word with him? Is there any movement at all from the Congress's high command to perhaps get him to the negotiating table?
Now the visuals that we're bringing for you is Mr. Sachin Pilot. Sachin Pilot has taken the center stage. My video journalist Vivek is bringing you these visuals. He's sitting at the center of the stage with other Congress leaders that have surrounded him. The entire park over here is full. The entire area is full and jam-packed. This is the kind of strength that Sachin Pilot is exhibiting at the moment. A lot of support pouring in for Sachin Pilot. That only shows that not only it is between Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot, even the party cadre, the party workers are divided. And now what needs to be seen here is that the kind of show of strength. And to that second part of your question is that if there is anybody that has come to the table to initiate dialogues, that is a no, because we just heard Mr. Udit Raj. He's saying that the party has given a lot to him and he should stand by Rahul Gandhi in these difficult times. But what Mr. Sachin Pilot is saying, that it is the people who come first, and that the Ashok Gehlot government, ahead of the previous elections that happened in 2019, had promised that they are going to initiate action against the alleged corruption that took place during the Vasundhara Raje regime. But nothing of that sort has happened, and that the Congress party has fallen flat as far as delivering on the promises they made during the previous elections. And once again, when people are going to question about it, there will be no answer to give, and which is why this entire Anshan has been organized over here. And you can see that how the entire atmosphere here is very electric. People are, clapping in support of with songs, patriot songs in the background, and the Congress party workers cheering their leader Sachin Pilot. And even you can see Sachin Pilot enjoying that song. He's thumping the table with his hand, and he is also enjoying the kind of support. It is in fact a strong message. His gesture, it's very confident, which is very confident, and you can see that he is enjoying the kind of support that has poured in for him today at this particular location, this protest site. And he is nodding his head along with the tunes of patriot songs and the cheer of the leaders. He is also hand gestures, his feet gestures, he is enjoying to the tunes also the music, that shows that somewhere in his heart he knows that he has been able to garner the support that he was expecting, and it's not a flop show. It's a very strong show that he's been able to put in front of the Congress party top rung, and that they have no option but now to look towards the demand of Sachin Pilot over here, who's sitting on a day-long fast over here, demanding action against the alleged corruptions that he said were promised during the manifesto. And he is smiling over here. He is enjoying the support that he has been able to garner for himself and for the cause that he's fighting, that is fight against corruption. He has been pressing on the fact that the Congress has always been against corruption, and that we should not forget the promises that we made to people ahead of the elections. And now that the elections are coming again, there has to be some face. You can see once again Sachin Pilot, thumping the desk in front of.
All right, we are getting news now that Jagdish Tytler, the Congress leader, has been summoned by the CBI to appear before it today. Jagdish Tytler has been called for his voice sample to the CSFL lab next to the CBI. Now, this pertains to the 1984 anti-Sikh riots case in which he is being investigated. We are given to understand that he has been summoned by the CBI to give out his voice samples in this particular case. Shavan Sen has more details. Let's go across to him. Shavan, tell us more, please.
Well, Nupur, we do have a confirmation coming in from top sources within the central agency that Jagdish Tytler, Congress leader, has now been asked to appear before the CFSL, which is next to the CBI headquarters in the national capital. This is pertaining to collection of a voice sample. Remember, what they're basically probing right now is the role of Jagdish Tytler in the 1984 riots. This is pertaining to the Gurdwara, which was basically set on fire in the national capital. For the same purpose, we're now given to understand that Jagdish Tytler would essentially be appearing before the CFSL today when the voice sample is collected.
All right, I think there's some sort of audio trouble with Shavan Sen over there, but as we are saying, news just coming in, Jagdish Tytler has been summoned by the CBI to appear before it today. His voice samples are being collected. This is the 1984 anti-Sikh riots case. Now, Shavan, any more details that we have with us in terms of which particular case this is referring to? And also, any comments that we are now getting from the Congress party? All right, I think we're running into trouble with Shavan's audio connection over there. We'll go back to him in just a bit. But joining me on the broadcast is Mr. RP Singh. Mr. Singh, how do you see this? Do you think that the Congress party must at least now take action against Jagdish Tytler? Because, time and again we see that his name crops up in the 1984 anti-Sikh riots case, but the Congress decides to turn a blind eye to this.
They won't do so because he was a co-partner, Mr. Gandhi at that time. And there's still the pressure on the court. There on a lot of social media also. He on the court said that I was going around the city with Mr. Gandhi just after during the 1984. So how can they jump it? They won't, because I feel he probably is able to blackmail the family by saying that I'll disclose a lot of things and name a lot of people who were all involved in 1984. And he has 2 books categorically says that it is a pre-planned conspiracy done by Rajiv Gandhi and his team, and Mr. Tytler was part of his team.
Right, Mr. Singh, appreciate you joining us. Thank you very much. So RP Singh over there saying that he doesn't believe that the Congress is going to take any action against Jagdish Tytler. Now, do remember that Jagdish Tytler is one of the accused in the anti-Sikh riots case in 1984. Now, time and again, of course, we have seen the Congress party giving him new responsibilities. In fact, in the NCT elections, we saw a large amount of responsibility being thrust towards Jagdish Tytler. The latest that we are getting is that Jagdish Tytler has been summoned by the CBI, and it is also understood that perhaps Jagdish Tytler's voice samples will be taken at the CFSL lab that is next to the CBI's headquarters. We are given to understand that this is the CBI taking action against Jagdish Tytler in the 1984 anti-Sikh riots. Now, new evidence may have emerged against Jagdish Tytler, which has led to the CBI to essentially recording his voice samples. Let's go across to Mr. SP Singh. He is SP Singh, who is joining us right now on the phone. He is a 1984 Sikh genocide survivor. Mr. Singh, thank you for joining us. Mr. Singh, now Jagdish Tytler, of course, we are told is being summoned again by the CBI in a particular case in the 1984 riots. Why do you think, the Congress party maintains such a long rope for him, and how do you see this new move now? सिंह साहब, क्या आपको मेरी आवाज़ आ रही है?
हाँ जी, आ रही है।
मैं आपसे पूछना चाह रही थी कि ये जगदीश टाइटलर को फिर से एक बार सीबीआई ने बुलाया है और उनका जो आवाज़ का सैंपल है वो भी लिया जाएगा। क्या आपको लगता है कि जगदीश टाइटलर के खिलाफ कांग्रेस पार्टी नहीं चाहती कोई एक्शन हो, और इसी वजह से हम बार बार देखते हैं कि ये केस उठाया जाता है और फिर से दब जाता है? आप इस एक्शन को कैसे देख रहे हैं?
देखो, ऐसा है बेटे जी, मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
जी जी, बोलिए।
देखो, असल में बात क्या है, सरकार कोई भी हो, सरकार बदल जाती है, अफसर तो वही है ना। ये मंत्री रहे हुए हैं, इनके अपने संपर्क भी हैं अफसरों से। अब कोई ऐसा निर्भीक अफसर आए और ऐसा कोई निर्भीक जज आए जो न्याय दिला सकता है। बाकी खाना पूर्ति तो आज 38 साल खत्म हो गए, 39वां होने को जा रहा है, हैं जी?
जी।
तो आप खुद देख लीजिए, अब अगर ऐसा कुछ होता तो 38 साल पहले होना चाहिए। इतना समय बाद कोई न्याय मिलने की उम्मीद, हम तो भगवान के ऊपर आस रखते हैं और इन जजों के ऊपर आस रखते हैं कि कोई तो अच्छा है। सभी तो बुरे होते ही हैं, लेकिन वो अच्छा हमारी तकदीर में, यानी कि 84 विक्टिम्स की तकदीर में कब टकरेगा, ये भगवान जानता है।
जी।
अगर ऐसा कोई जज मिल जाए और ऐसा कोई अफसर मिल जाए तब तो इसको सजा होगी। अब आप देखिए, मैं आपको बताऊं, मैं क्या ये खुद ही आपको मुंह से बोलेगा कि इसने गवाहों को कैसे खरीदा, किस तरीके से इसने लोगों को यूज किया जो हमारे मिलने वाले थे। मतलब बड़ी लंबी गेम खेलते ही ये किसी को पता ही नहीं चलता कि बात कहाँ की कहाँ जा रही है, शुरुआत कहाँ से होती है। शातिर आदमी है, पढ़ा लिखा शातिर है। आज तक बताओ कोर्टों में तक नहीं गया ये, तो इसकी शातिरता और इसकी जो पहचान और इसका पैसा और इसकी पावर, ऊपर से पार्टी की सपोर्ट, तो कैसे न्याय मिले बताइए आप? जी, तो हमारा है
जी।
बल्कि आप हमसे सवाल करते हैं ना, तो सही मायने में तो सवाल हम इस देश से करते हैं, इस न्यायपालिका से करते हैं, इन राजनीतिकों से करते हैं, सभी से। किसी भी पार्टी का हो, पार्टियों में अच्छे बुरे सब में है, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए देश के लिए। अगर देश को चलाना है तो इसमें निर्भीक जज, निर्भीक वकील, निर्भीक अफसर होने जरूरी है, जो मानवता के लिए और न्याय के लिए काम करें, बिना जाति धर्म भेद के न्याय करें।
जी सिंह साहब, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए. सो दैट इज़ वन ऑफ the 1984 genocide Sikh survivors who says that he sees this as a failing of consecutive governments, that this man you see on your screen has still not been convicted in these cases. Also saying that he is hopeful perhaps that some action will finally be taken. Now, do remember that Jagdish Tytler has been summoned by the CBI once again. We are given to understand that perhaps his voice samples will be taken by the CBI and that will take place at a laboratory that's next to the CBI headquarters. That is the CSFL lab that's next to CBI. Now, this is pertaining to new evidence that the CBI seems to have uncovered in the 1984 riots case.
Dear viewers, in a few days we are bringing to you once again the Republic Summit. And this year our theme is fittingly about how this is a time of transformation. Yes, this is a time of transformation for an India that is growing 4 times faster than the world average. It is a time of transformation for an India whose manufacturing exports grow 40% year on year on the back of COVID, while China witnesses a major loss. This is a time of transformation, of opportunity for India that has let go of the dollar hangover, and the rupee is closer to being accepted as international currency. And nearly 60% of all digital payments are already UPI based. Isn't this the very moment to come together and think of how we can make the transformation even quicker? So please join me and join all of us at Republic TV as we bring to you the Republic Summit this year on the theme of a time of transformation. See you there.
Mediation will work when there is uncertainty of winning by any one party. इसलिए जो judgment आया यही सबसे उत्तम है. This puts an end to the whole issue.
Assertive 1% that wants to open the wounds again. They do not operate only by the verdict of the court.
The India developmental model is the right model which the world can follow, and that is the opportunity that we have before us.
I believe that you are soaked in the philosophy of nation first.
इस देश में बहुत समय के बाद एक ऐसी सरकार आई है जो सरकार टिकाने के लिए नहीं चल रही है, देश को सुधारने के लिए सरकार चल रही है।
ये पहला एक बड़ा इवेंट हुआ है जहां पे आप इस पर विस्तृत तौर से इन डिटेल आप बात करेंगे, तो लेट अस एड्रेस ऑल इश्यूज। What do you see our country as in 2030 in diplomatic and political terms?
I see more change between now and 2030 than I saw in the last 40 years. Mediation will work when there is uncertainty of winning by any one party. इसलिए जो judgment आया यही सबसे उत्तम है. This puts an end to the whole issue.
Assertive 1% that wants to open the wounds again. They do not operate only by the verdict of the court.
Was there an email that was sent to you from Shashi Tharoor asking for help on?
You show me the mail.
You are saying there is an email on that.
Do you continue serving the army with the same zest that you have always?
Oh yes.
तो पूरा रिहायशी इलाका इसको ये ना सर्च ऑपरेशन इस टाइम चल रहा है। डीजीपी ने खुद कहा कि 10 लोगों की पुष्टि हमने कर दी है, जो 10।
Welcome back. You are watching Republic TV. Now, even as Sachin Pilot continues his day-long dharna, it appears that the Congress party has now gone into panic mode. We are given to understand that the state in charge of Rajasthan has deferred his visit to the state. Let's go across to Aishwarya Kapoor, our political editor, who joins us on the broadcast. Good morning, Aishwarya. Obviously, the Congress party is still confused as to how to deal with this. We are learning now that the state in charge has decided to defer his visit. Can you tell us more, please?
This point of time, Satinder Singh Randhawa, after speaking to a top Congress leader, and what we are being told, according to our sources, it is Priyanka Gandhi Vadra who has deferred his visit. Because late last night he has issued a diktat kind of word saying that this protest of Sachin Pilot is going to be termed as an anti-party activity and hence basically making groundwork ready for his expulsion from the party. So that has something been deferred because Sachin Pilot is still, and I repeat, Sachin Pilot is still sitting on that dharna, which in turn makes it very clear that let there be no doubt Sachin Pilot is going to go ahead with his protest, which is not only against Gehlot but against the Congress party. And the Congress party, which was issuing threats to Sachin till late last night, has deferred under pressure, and it's very clear that they are not looking for any immediate action against Sachin Pilot. Because the lines which were issued late last night by the state in charge were very clear that this dharna is going to be taken as not only anti-Gehlot, anti-Congress. And that Sachin Pilot has not communicated any problem to him personally or officially. And hence then why is this dharna happening? So they had termed it as an anti-party activity, and now when Sachin is sitting on that dharna, they have delayed their visit, giving a clear indication that they do not want a confrontation right now. That's in the
Right now, very, very quickly, Aishwarya, do you think that perhaps the large crowds that we are seeing at Sachin Pilot's dharna site is something that the Congress, is a little perturbed by? All right, we seem to have lost that audio connection with Aishwarya Kapoor. We're going to get him back in just a bit, but you are watching Republic TV, and the latest that we are getting right now is that the Congress party has deferred the state visit of the state in charge to Rajasthan, even as Sachin Pilot continues his protest.
दशकों पुरानी समस्याओं का समाधान होते हुए आज देश अपनी आंखों के सामने देख रहा है। और कभी-कभी लोग कह भी रहे हैं कि हमने सोचा नहीं था कि हम जीते जी ये देख पाएंगे। ऐसा कई लोग कहते हैं। और इसके दो प्रमुख कारण हैं। पहला, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों का आत्मविश्वास जो कहता है यस, इट इज इंडियाज मोमेंट। और दूसरा, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों की सोच जो कहती है नेशन फर्स्ट।
And coming up next, the BJP yet to release its candidate list for Karnataka. Yadiyurappa says the list is likely to be out today. And sources say Papalpreet Singh has revealed that Amritpal Singh is in touch with foreign handlers to plot his escape.
The India developmental model is the right model which the world can follow, and that is the opportunity that we have before us.
I believe that you are soaked in the philosophy of nation first.
इस देश में बहुत समय के बाद एक ऐसी सरकार आई है जो सरकार टिकाने के लिए नहीं चल रही, देश को सुधारने के लिए सरकार चल रही है।
ये पहला एक बड़ा इवेंट हुआ है जहां पे आप इस पर विस्तृत तौर से इन डिटेल आप बात करेंगे, तो लेट अस एड्रेस ऑल इश्यूज। What do you see our country as in 2030 in diplomatic and political terms?
I see more change between now and 2030 than I saw in the last 40 years. Mediation will work when there is uncertainty of winning by any one party. इसलिए जो judgment आया यही सबसे उत्तम है. This puts an end to the whole issue.
Assertive 1% that wants to open the wounds again. They do not operate only by the verdict of the court.
Was there an email that was sent to you from Shashi Tharoor asking for help on?
You show me the mail.
No, the fact is that you are saying there is an email or no?
Do you continue serving the army with the same zest that you have always?
Oh yes.
पूरा रिहायशी इलाका इसको ये ना सर्च ऑपरेशन इस टाइम चल रहा है। डीजीपी ने खुद कहा कि 10 लोगों की पुष्टि हमने कर दी है, जो 10 लोग मारे गए हैं।
ये भारत के लोगों की जीत है।
स्थिति तनावपूर्ण है। ठीक लाल किले के सामने मैं इस वक्त मौजूद हूं। कथित लोग हैं जो दरअसल
Good afternoon. This is live and breaking on Republic TV and I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. India's biggest news event is back. The third edition of the Republic Summit will be held in the national capital this month. The biggest names, the biggest newsmakers, the biggest agents of change and transformation in India will be at the Republic Summit once again this year. So stand by for what will be by far India's biggest news event by miles. The summit is being held on the 25th and 26th of April. And here's a look at the top headlines at noon. Ahead of the Rajasthan elections, Sachin Pilot launches his most open revolt against the Vadra Congress.
लेकिन हाँ, राजस्थान का यह विशेष परिस्थिति का निर्माण हो गया है, इसका समाधान कुछ करना चाहिए।
Rahul and Priyanka Gandhi seem to side with Ashok Gehlot. A miffed Congress now attacks Sachin Pilot. (1984) riot investigation back to haunt the Congress. Tytler summoned for voice sample collection. The BJP confirms churn in Maharashtra politics, says picture will be clear in January 2024. The finance minister slams Western media, says those writing reports must visit India first. The Financial Times yet to pull down its report despite Adani's sharp response on allegations. Well, despite the Congress party's sharp response to Sachin Pilot's decision to hold a dharna in Rajasthan against the Gehlot government and what he says is inaction of Gehlot against the Vasundhara Raje Scindia regime, Sachin Pilot has decided to go on dharna. In fact, even as we speak, we are getting you live pictures from the site in Jaipur where this dharna is taking place. He has also decided not to speak to anybody before 5 in the evening. But let's dip in and get a sense of what's happening over there. Madhurima is reporting from the site. Madhurima, we are now learning that there has been a decision taken by the Congress party that the in charge for Rajasthan will not be travelling as was earlier planned today and tomorrow. What are you hearing on it? Can you give us more information, please?
Well, Nupur, I'll take you straight to the visuals as I speak. That if we talk about Sukhwinder Singh Randhawa's entire movement, that is also, under a lot of questions. But look at the massive outpour. We are reporting from outside the venue, and like I was pointing out earlier, that the venue has fallen short to accommodate people and the supporters of Scindia. You can see that how they are standing on the wall of the park just to have a glimpse of their leader. This shows the kind of strength that Sachin Pilot has been able to garner over here in Jaipur. Just look at the massive crowd that is outside the venue. The venue is jam-packed, and the number of people, the number has from hundreds, it has now, it has now swollen to thousands over here. The entire vicinity is jam-packed. The entire area near this Shaheed Smarak is jam-packed, and people are literally standing on the wall to support their leaders. The entire area is packed, and the number is only increasing by the minute, Nupur. So the questions that we were raising earlier in the morning, that what will be the next course of the Gehlot government, the top rung of the Congress party, well, it seems like Sachin Pilot with this kind of support has been successful to bring them down to their knees, and we'll have to see that how they are going to adhere to the demands, because the kind of satyagraha that he has been able to pull out here is embarrassing, because when Ms. Priyanka Gandhi had reached satyagraha, I have been pointing it out, it was not even half of what what's here on display today in support of Mr. Sachin Pilot over here. And as we move along, we've already moved for around 100 meters, and we continue to move along, and you can see what you can see is Pilot supporters all across the vicinity, not only the Shaheed Smarak, but also across the vicinity. Barricading has been put over here. The entire area has been enveloped, and security also has been put in place to make sure that the law and order situation is under control. But Sachin Pilot has been successful to prove a point that he has indeed a lot of strength, and he can mobilize the Congress workers the way he wishes to, and this is an example of that. And to your question as well, Nupur, that has there been a channel initiated to speak to Mr. Pilot? As of now, no, because the top rung of the Congress party is contemplating as to what their next action could be, because they have dubbed it as an anti-party activity, but the participants in the anti-party activity is massive.
Now, Madhurima, what's also very interesting, as you're pointing out, is the large numbers have been gathered at a very short notice, because it wasn't really long ago that Sachin Pilot decided to go on this dharna. I'm going to come back to you. Let's play out some reactions that we are now getting from the Congress party.
कांग्रेस पार्टी ने समय समय पर ऐसे विषयों पर बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से कहा है कि हर एक को अपनी बात कहने की स्वतंत्रता है, और उसके लिए फोरम, प्रॉपर फोरम है, उस पर बात करें। और आप विशेष रूप से कुछ कहना चाहते हैं, करना चाहते हैं, कुछ कार्यक्रम करना चाहते हैं, तो उसकी अनुमति लेकर उससे चर्चा करके तभी कर सकते हैं। यहाँ पर अगर एक तरफा अनशन करने की घोषणा करते हैं और अनशन करने के पूरा उतारू है, तो उस पर राजस्थान के जो प्रभारी हैं उन्होंने स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि कांग्रेस पार्टी का जो अनुशासन है वो इसकी इजाज़त नहीं देता, वो पार्टी के विरोध में है, पार्टी की उसकी इजाज़त नहीं देती है। तो उन्होंने बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से अपनी बात रखी है। कांग्रेस पार्टी के जो पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू है, अधिकृत रूप से, अधिकारिक रूप से उसको सामने रखा है, और मैं समझता हूँ कि अभी अनशन शुरू नहीं किया है, तो सचिन पायलट जी इसको पुनः गंभीरता से विचार करेंगे।
देखिए, ऐसा है कि सचिन पायलट जी को इस समय पूरी शक्ति लगाना चाहिए। राहुल जी को जिस तरह से प्रताड़ित किया जा रहा है, संसद से निकाल दिया गया है, अदालत से सजा करा दी गई है, उनके पीछे खड़ा होना चाहिए। कांग्रेस ने बहुत कुछ उनको दिया है।
सरकार का अंतर्किल अब चरम पर है। अपमान की राजनीति इस कदर इस आगे पहुंच गई है कि आखिर जिस व्यक्ति ने सरकार को निर्माण में सबसे अहम भूमिका निभाई थी, आज वो अनशन पर जा रहे हैं, सहारा ले रहे हैं पूर्ववर्ती सरकार का। उनके मन में पीड़ा है अपने अपमान की और इस सरकार के में भ्रष्टाचार के तांडव की। ये खुली चुनौती है आलाकमान को। आलाकमान ने कहा कि अनुशासनहीनता है, इनके प्रभारी सुखजिंदर सिंह जी ने कहा अनुशासनहीनता है, पर वो अड़िग है। मैं समझता हूं कि उनका ये अनशन इस कांग्रेस के ताबूत में आखिरी कील होगा, क्योंकि अब कांग्रेस विघटन की ओर आगे बढ़ चुकी है। पूरे देश के अंदर कांग्रेस का आलाकमान अब कमज़ोर हो गया है। 2 बार चुनौतियां मिल गई। एक बार गहलोत साहब के गुट ने दी, जब यहाँ राय मुसारी के लिए आलाकमान के दूत के रूप में मल्लिकार्जुन और उनके साथी यहाँ आए, अजय माकन, बेरंग लौटे, और आज ये दूसरी बार है। इसका खामियाजा जनता ने भुगता। पूरे 4 साल 4 महीने पुरानी सरकार में मुख्यमंत्री जी का काम सिर्फ एक ही रहा, अपनी सरकार को बचाए रखना, अपनी कुर्सी को बचाए रखना। इसीलिए आज राजस्थान के अंदर ना विकास है, ना जन समस्याओं का निराकरण है, ना कानून और ना व्यवस्थाएं हैं। इसीलिए जनता ने ये भुगता है। मैं समझता हूँ कांग्रेस का ये अंतर्कलह कांग्रेस की सरकार के लिए बड़ा संकट पैदा करेगा।
Now going back to Madhurima. Madhurima, even as we hear these leaders from the Congress party speak out against Sachin Pilot, one thing, one cannot accuse him of is impatience, because he's constantly been, in the past 4 years or so talking about issues that he sees as important. So in that sense, isn't the Congress High Command being perhaps, very stubborn in not wanting to address those issues?
Well, Dupur, if I talk about Congress's high command, I believe more than stubborn, they are very weak, because I believe the kind of support even Mr. Ashok Gehlot has is massive. Because remember, even at the time when the Congress elections were on, and there were talks of Mr. Ashok Gehlot taking in as the Congress president, but he wanted both the jobs. He wanted to remain as the president and the chief minister as well, where he knows he's a Congress veteran, and he knows that, that a person in a Congress party can only hold one position. And at the time he knew that if he vacates that position in Rajasthan, it will fall in the lap of Mr. Sachin Pilot. So with that idea in mind, he did not leave that position, and then he was not chosen as the Congress president, and rest the story is out for everybody. But as I speak, I'll take you to the picture as well. You can see that t-shirts, Sachin Pilot, I love you. You can see these t-shirts, very innovative t-shirts over here that the young crowd is wearing over here, with a picture of Sachin Pilot on the front and saying Sachin Pilot, I love you. So such t-shirts all across all across this entire venue, and one slogan only, Sachin Pilot, we love you. That's the love in the air for Sachin Pilot here in the middle of Jaipur at the Shahid Smarak, Nupur. And to your question, like they were saying, you were asking that why the Congress party is stubborn. I believe more than stubborn, they are helpless, because they do not know what to really do. They have not been able to manage Punjab. They did not manage Uttarakhand. And once again, Rajasthan is on brim of falling. The Congress cadre is on the brim of falling here apart, and that too right ahead of elections. And once again, with Mr. Randhawa being in Delhi, only shows that he's gone there to knock the doors of the top rung of the Congress party. He wants to talk to the top brass, but let's see how the top brass is going to react, because the show here is massive, and the Congress will have to lend a ear to Sachin Pilot at this moment.
Now, Madhurima, you're of course surrounded by cadres of the Congress party who do strongly seem to support Sachin Pilot. But what is the general sense that you are getting in terms of, his ground support? Is this something that is worrying the Congress? Perhaps you can talk to some of those people around you to get an idea as to how, they are viewing this protest. Do they see this as against the Congress party itself, or against, issues that he's brought out?
Absolutely, we'll speak to some of them. आज ये सत्याग्रह कर रहे हैं सचिन जी, तो जो आला कमान है वो कह रही है ये पार्टी की खिलाफत है, तो इसे आप किस तरीके से देखते हैं?
देखो, आप ये जनता देख रही है, पूरा देश देख रहा है, राजस्थान देख रहा है, ये कहाँ पार्टी के खिलाफ है? एक बात बताओ, अगर किसी बीजेपी सरकार के घोटालों की जांच की बात करें तो ये कहाँ पार्टी के खिलाफ है? आप किसी इंसान को जो इतना राजस्थान की जनता जिसको दिलों में बसती है, आप उसको निकालना चाहते हो? ऐसा कैसे संभव है? ये बीजेपी सरकार के जो जितने भी घोटाले किए हैं उनको लेकर अनशन कर रहे हैं, और जब तक पायलट साहब का अनशन है, ये राजस्थान राजस्थान का एक एक आदमी पायलट साहब के साथ है। जब तक अशोक गहलोत सरकार इन 45,000 करोड़ के जो बीजेपी सरकार ने घोटाले किए थे, तब तक हम पायलट साहब के साथ है। पायलट साहब के लिए हम जान देने के लिए तैयार है राजस्थान के युवा।
अगर हम देखें, so you know this is the sentiment, Nupur. This is just one bit of the sentiment. So we'll keep on bringing more for viewers, Nupur. But the support is pouring by the minute for Sachin Pilot here.
All right, Madhurima, for the moment, thank you very much for joining us. Madhurima, of course, has been reporting from Jaipur and getting us the latest from there. And Republic TV has information that the CBI may have come across fresh evidence against Jagdish Tytler in the 1984 riots case. He is under probe in the Pul Bangash Gurdwara case of the 1984 anti-Sikh riots in which 3 persons were killed and the Gurudwara was set on fire. A voice sample is needed to match with the fresh evidence. Shavan Sen joins us on the broadcast. Shavan, please give us more details.
Well, Nupur, we are getting in more details with regards to why exactly Jagdish Tytler has now been called at the CFSL lab at the CGO complex in the national capital. This is because he is under probe in the Pul Bangash Gurdwara case in which 3 people had died after the Gurdwara was set on fire. What is very important to highlight at this stage, Nupur, is the fact that this case, which is being probed by the central agency for several years put together, top sources are now indicating that over the last couple of months, they have basically gathered fresh evidence. So that's the big breaking news now coming in, that there is fresh evidence that has been gathered by the central agency. And that is exactly why there is a need that has come up that his voice sample is required to match the very evidence that has been gathered by the Central Bureau of Investigation. That is the reason why we are now given to understand that Jagdish Tytler, who has already appeared before the CFSL lab, his voice samples would be collected, and thereafter, if the need arises, his examination will also take place. As of now, Nupur, there is no confirmation whether at all the interrogation is actually going to take place today, because remember, the summons that were basically sent out was essentially for asking him to appear before this CFSL lab to give his voice sample. After the reports essentially come in, what they would be looking at is the role that has essentially been played, allegedly played by Jagdish Tytler, and the examination will then take place.
All right. Shavan, do stay with us. Let's also listen into what the BJP has said about the latest evidence that the CBI seem to have accessed.
जगदीश टाइटलर, जो कि 1984 के कत्लेआम का मेन अक्यूज्ड है, उसको अब सीबीआई ने समन किया है उसके वॉइस सैंपल के लिए। ये केस जब सीबीआई ने जगदीश टाइटलर को यूपीए सरकार में क्लीन चिट दी, उसके बाद दिल्ली सिख गुरुद्वारा मैनेजमेंट कमेटी के मेरे जनरल सेक्रेटरी रहते मैंने एक एप्लीकेशन फाइल की कोर्ट में कि हमारे पास और विटनेस हैं और जगदीश टाइटलर की क्लीन चिट को वापस लिया जाए, जिसके चलते सीबीआई ने माना। और अब कुछ दिन पहले ही जज साहब के सामने, मजिस्ट्रेट के सामने एक विटनेस हरपाल कौर ने 164 में बयान दिए, जिसमें उन्होंने बताया कि किस तरह पुल बंगश पे जगदीश टाइटलर आए, उन्होंने कत्लेआम कराया और ये कत्लेआम के सीधे दोषी हैं, इन्होंने खुद 1984 का कत्लेआम कराया, जिसके चलते अब सीबीआई बाउंड है उनकी फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन करने के लिए। और मैं दावे से अब कह सकता हूं कि बहुत जल्दी जगदीश टाइटलर, जिसको कांग्रेस हमेशा क्लीन चिट देती थी और कहती थी कि बेकसूर है, वो सलाखों के पीछे होगा। पुल बंगश के केस के अंदर जगदीश टाइटलर को सजाए मौत या उम्र कैद हो सकती है। विटनेस, क्रेडिबल विटनेस हैं जिन्होंने सामने कत्लेआम देखा, वो सारी विटनेस जो अब कोर्ट के सामने हैं। इसलिए कांग्रेस का ये जो पालतू था, जिसको अब तक कांग्रेस ने बचा के रखा था, सज्जन कुमार के बाद जगदीश टाइटलर भी अब उसके साथ जेल में जल्दी होगा।
All right, so the Jagdish Tytler over there being summoned by the CBI. This is the Pul Bangash case that is being referred to over here. We are given to understand that the CBI has now come across fresh evidence that will be investigated. Now, discussing the resilience and growth of the Indian economy at the Peterson Institute of International Economics in Washington, the Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has given a befitting reply to the negative Western perception of India.
I would think the answer for that lies with those investors who are coming to India, and they have been coming. And as somebody who's interested in receiving investments, I would only say, come have a look at what's happening in India, rather than listen to perceptions being built by people who have not even visited on the ground and who produce reports. Again, emerging markets do carry this burden of, you're the emerging market, you have every business to ask us for help, or every business to speak about every issue on which you need to play a constructive role, but yet the prescriptions are ours. I would want to ask if that's not to say or not to even imply that I accept the perception that you're referring to.
All right, Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar's recent comments have now sparked off speculation in Maharashtra. The Republic TV had reported Monday how sources had suggested that Ajit Pawar is in talks with the BJP and wants to move out of the Congress alliance. Republic TV has spoken to the Maharashtra Minister Sudhir Mungantiwar, who has now confirmed that talks are underway, but has added that names will be declared just before the Lok Sabha elections, and any change that takes place will only happen early next year. So that's the latest that we are getting on this one. In fact, let's listen into the conversation we've had with the Maharashtra Minister.
महाराष्ट्र में राजनीतिक गतिविधियां बड़ी तेजी से बदल रहे हैं। इसी बीच खबर आ रही है कि एनसीपी के बीच में दो गुट हो चुके हैं और अजीत पवार जो है बीजेपी के संपर्क में है। ऐसी बातें आ रही हैं। आज चंद्रशेखर बावनकुले जो आपके अध्यक्ष भी हैं महाराष्ट्र के, उन्होंने ये बात कही है कि महाराष्ट्र के विपक्ष के कुछ नेता बजट सेशन तक अपने पाले में होंगे।
देखो, ऐसा है कि बहुत नेता लोग विपक्ष के संपर्क में, ये बात सही है, मगर ऐसा अभी कोई परिस्थिति नहीं है और ये समय भी नहीं है कि अभी अगर वो आते हैं तो उन्हें तो त्यागपत्र देना होगा। जो भी हमारे संपर्क में है वो तो अगली लोकसभा के 2 महीने पहले ये सभी लोग देशभक्ति की भावना से, सेवा भावी वृत्ति से भारतीय जनता पार्टी का झंडा हाथ में लेंगे। और भाई साहब, जब ये लेंगे ना तब आपको अचानक से पता चलेगा, इतनी जल्दी कभी पता नहीं चलेगा।
खबरें यहाँ तक भी है कि जिस प्रकार से शरद पवार साहब का स्टेटमेंट आया है, उन्होंने मोदी जी को जो है उनके समर्थन में जो है बयानात दिए, अदानी का मुद्दा हो, उसके बाद उनकी डिग्री को लेकर के, न केवल शरद पवार, अजीत पवार ने भी डिग्री को लेकर के जो है वो सामंजस्य की स्थिति उन्होंने दिखाई है। कहीं ना कहीं महाविकास अघाड़ी के पैरों तले ज़मीन जो है वो खिसकती हुई दिखाई दे रही है।
देखो, ऐसा मैं नहीं कहूँगा, रोज गाली देना यानी राजनीति है क्या? कभी सभी लोग जो है सही समय में सही बात के लिए अगर बाजू लेते हैं तो मुझे एक बात कांग्रेस से भी जाननी है। अदानी कब बड़े हुए? जब चिमन भाई पटेल ने उन्हें 10 पैसे मीटर से जमीन दी। अदानी कब बड़े हुए? जब कांग्रेस के मुख्यमंत्री छबीरदास मेहता ने बुंद्रा पोर्ट का टेंडर निकाला। ऐसा तो नहीं है कि पहले अदानी के पास बीपीएल कार्ड था और एकदम से बीपीएल कार्ड देकर वो बड़े आदमी बन गए, ऐसा तो है ही नहीं। राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री ने 45,000 करोड़ का टेंडर उनको दिया है। ममता दीदी ने उनको बुलाकर उनके साथ बात की है। तो मुझे लगता है ऐसा कोई भ्रम फैलाना कि अदानी जी मोदी जी की वजह से बड़े हुए हैं, तो ये भ्रम है।
एक सवाल यहाँ पे ये भी महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है, आपने जिस प्रकार ये टाइमिंग का जिक्र किया कि लोकसभा चुनाव से 2 महीने ठीक पहले, ठीक उसी प्रकार से चंद्रशेखर बावनकुले ने भी कहा कि बजट सेशन होते होते चीज़ें बदलेंगी और महाराष्ट्र में बदलाव दिखेगा।
तो ये बात तो सही है ना, क्योंकि अच्छा काम करेंगे तो ये विश्वास होता है। देखो मेरिट के स्टूडेंट को देखिए, वो पेपर दे के आते हैं, अब रिजल्ट लगने को तो समय रहता, पर वो कहते ना हमें 99% मार्क मिलेंगे, क्योंकि अपने कर्म पर जो विश्वास होता है, आत्मविश्वास होता है, उससे ही वो विद्यार्थी कहता है ना। तो राजनीति में हमारे काम की वजह से ये विश्वास है।
दादा एक कैंडिड क्वेश्चन है आपसे, अजीत दादा के साथ साथ और कितने विधायक जो हैं आपके संपर्क में? देखो जो लोग संपर्क में हैं उनका नाम बता के संकेत का भंग नहीं करना चाहिए। देखो कोई अपने पे विश्वास रखता है, कोई बड़े प्रेम मोहब्बत से जब बात करता है कि देखो आत्मनिर्भर भारत के लिए, देश को विश्व का गुरु बनाने के लिए माननीय मोदी जी जान से काम करते हैं, तो हम भी उसमें अपना कोई छोटा हिस्सा देना चाहते, योगदान देना चाहते। तो आज मैं अगर नाम बता दूं तो देखो अच्छी बात नहीं होती। सक्रिय है महाराष्ट्र। देखो ऑपरेशन डेमोक्रेसी है, ये ऑपरेशन इंडिया है कि जिसमें हम देश को आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कोई कमल जीते ये भाव से हम राजनीति नहीं करते। देखो हमारी राजनीति ये सत्ता के लिए नहीं, जनता की दिल जीतने की राजनीति है।
Now, Ajit Pawar, without naming any politician, has taken a whale jibe at an MVA leader and said that some people don't know what to say when a mic is handed over to them.
सांगत होते काही ना तर माईक हातामध्ये आल्यानंतर काय बोलावं काय कळतच नाही। कोण फडतूस म्हणतं, कोण काढतूस म्हणतं, काय म्हणतात। अरे आपल्याला चांगले विचार यशवंतराव चव्हाण साहेबांनी दिले। सुसंस्कृत महाराष्ट्राची निर्मिती संयुक्त महाराष्ट्राच्या काळामध्ये चव्हाण साहेबांनी केली। त्या रस्त्याने जाऊ द्या, वसंतदादांनी दाखवलेल्या रस्त्याने जाऊ, वसंतराव नाईकांनी दाखवलेल्या, शरदराव पवारांनी दाखवल्या त्या रस्त्याने जाऊ ना। तो रस्ता आपल्या भल्याचा आहे, आपल्याला निश्चितपणे दिशा देणार आहे।
And you are, of course, getting those reactions from Ajit Pawar, who seems to perhaps be looking at a way out. With the recent comments that he has made in the public domain, it may appear that he is now looking to change sides. You are with Republic TV, and coming up next, the BJP confirms a churn in Maharashtra politics, says the picture will be clearer before 2024. Financial Times yet to pull down its report despite Adani's sharp response.
जूनियर वर्ल्ड चैंपियन रहे हैं नीरज चोपड़ा।
T20 में बेस्ट वन पदक जीत लिया है भारत के थ्रोअर नीरज चोपड़ा ने।
इस देश में बहुत समय के बाद एक ऐसी सरकार आई है जो सरकार टिकाने के लिए नहीं चल रही, देश को सुधारने के लिए सरकार चल रही है।
ये पहला एक बड़ा इवेंट हुआ है जहां पे आप इस पर विस्तृत तौर से इन डिटेल आप बात करेंगे, तो लेट अस एड्रेस ऑल इश्यूज। What do you see our country as in 2030 in diplomatic and political terms?
I see more change between now and 2030 than I saw in the last 40 years. Mediation will work when there is uncertainty of winning by any one party. इसलिए जो judgment आया यही सबसे उत्तम है. This puts an end to the whole issue.
Assertive 1% that wants to open the wounds again. They do not operate only by the verdict of the court.
Was there an email that was sent to you from Shashi Tharoor asking for help on?
You show me the mail.
No, the fact is that you are saying there is an email on now.
Do you continue serving the army with the same zest that you have always?
Oh yes.
तो पूरा रिहायशी इलाका इसको ये ना सर्च ऑपरेशन इस टाइम चल रहा है। डीजीपी ने खुद कहा कि 10 लोगों की पुष्टि हमने कर दी है, जो 10 लोग मारे गए हैं।
ये भारत की लोगों की जीत है।
स्थिति तनावपूर्ण है। ठीक लाल किले के सामने मैं इस वक्त मौजूद हूं। कथित लोग हैं जो दरअसल यहां इन्होंने पूरा उत्पात मचाया हुआ है।
सर, आज राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री है, इतने लोगों की डेथ हो गई है सर, लेकिन कोई जवाब नहीं है सर। अब तक एक्शन को लेकर भी कुछ नहीं किया सर।
Shankar, are you apologetic or not? Shankar, are you apologetic or not? These are the visuals of Shankar Mishra accused who's being taken for the medical and then towards...
Dragging back economic fugitives, fantastic. But a crackdown on corruption alone is not enough to steer the economy.
That is where the reforms are not just to remove those who are with several cases of corruption and disproportionate assets. This will ensure that at a local level, no officer can go about saying, hey, I've come to inspect you without the system approving it.
आप सभी देश के जन जन तक सही सूचनाएं पहुंचाने में अहम भूमिका निभा
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Rakshita Mishra. Ladies and gentlemen, let's tell you that India's biggest news event is back. The third edition of the Republic Summit will be held in the national capital this month. The biggest names, the biggest newsmakers, the biggest agents of change and transformation in India will be at the Republic Summit once again this year. So stand by for what will be by far India's biggest news event by miles. Now let's take a look at the headlines. Ahead of Rajasthan elections, Pilot launches his most open revolt against the Vadra Congress.
कल्चर रहा है, लेकिन हाँ, राजस्थान का यह विशेष परिस्थिति का निर्माण हो गया है, इसका समाधान कुछ करना चाहिए।
Rahul and Priyanka now seem to side with Gehlot. Miffed Vadra Congress attacks Sachin Pilot. (1984) riot investigation back to haunt the Congress party. Tytler summoned for voice sample collection. BJP confirms churn in Maharashtra politics, says picture will be clear in January 2024. Finance Minister slams Western media, says those writing reports must visit India first. Financial Times yet to pull down its report despite Adani's sharp response on allegations. Despite Congress's warning, Sachin Pilot is firm on holding a fast to press his Ashok Gehlot-led government in Rajasthan to take action against corruption during the previous Vasundhara Raje-led BJP government in the state. The Congress objected to the proposed dharna by Sachin Pilot and said any such protest against its sitting government clearly amounts to anti-party activity. That is the latest we are getting you. Remember, Vadra Congress has attacked Sachin Pilot. The Congress has called it a one-sided protest and in fact called the dharna against party. We have seen despite that, Sachin Pilot has gone on to the protest side. He has begun, it's underway, the protest is underway. It's evening, the time is evening when he will of course end the fast, but we have seen thousands of people, hundreds of people who have turned out. Right there on your screens are the visuals from that dharna site in Jaipur where you can see we have seen big numbers, a big turnout there in support of Sachin Pilot, and Republic TV is getting you all the latest on this. Remember, it was Republic TV that broke this story first, how Pilot is scripting this revolt, and he has a plan, and there has been talks of he might jump a ship, he might create his own party, he might float another party. All those talks are there, but right now what we are getting is that Congress has slammed Sachin Pilot. Rahul and Priyanka now seem to side with Ashok Gehlot. Remember, it was in 2020 where there was a big rebellion that was led by Sachin Pilot himself. After that, we saw that it was pacified, it was contained by the top brass. Ashok Gehlot remained the chief minister, but now there's a few months away from elections. Rajasthan is going into elections few months from now, but we still see that the unrest continues in Rajasthan Congress. Now let's take a look at some of the reactions that have been coming in on this development.
कांग्रेस पार्टी ने समय समय पर ऐसे विषयों पर बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से कहा है कि हर एक को अपनी बात कहने की स्वतंत्रता है और उसके लिए फोरम, प्रॉपर फोरम है, उस पर बात करें। और आप विशेष रूप से कुछ कहना चाहते हैं, करना चाहते हैं, कुछ कार्यक्रम करना चाहते हैं, तो उसकी अनुमति लेकर उससे चर्चा करके तभी कर सकते हैं। यहाँ पर अगर एक तरफा अनशन करने की घोषणा करते हैं और अनशन करने के पूरा उतारू है, तो उस पर राजस्थान के जो प्रभारी हैं उन्होंने स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि कांग्रेस पार्टी का जो अनुशासन है वो इसकी इजाज़त नहीं देता और वो पार्टी के विरोध में है, पार्टी की उसकी इजाज़त नहीं देती है। तो उन्होंने बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से अपनी बात रखी है। कांग्रेस पार्टी की जो पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू है अधिकृत रूप से, आधिकारिक रूप से उसको सामने रखा है। और मैं समझता हूँ कि अभी अनशन शुरू नहीं किया है तो सचिन पायलट जी इसको पुनः गंभीरता से विचार करेंगे।
देखिए, ऐसा है कि सचिन पायलट जी को इस समय पूरी शक्ति लगाना चाहिए। राहुल जी को जिस तरह से प्रताड़ित किया जा रहा है, संसद से निकाल दिया गया है, अदालत से सजा करा दी गई है, उनके पीछे खड़ा होना चाहिए। कांग्रेस ने बहुत कुछ उनको दिया है।
All right, there you have Congress leaders reacting to this development, and I'm being joined by my colleague Madhurima, who is live with us from Ground Zero. Madhurima, tell us what is the atmosphere like? We've seen there has been a big turnout of Pilot supporters there, but do we see any Rajasthan Congress leaders also in attendance?
Well, if we talk about the support that has poured in for Sachin Pilot, I'll take you directly to the pictures over here. As you can see that the entire vicinity is entirely locked and enveloped with barricades, because the kind of support that is pouring in for Sachin Pilot is unprecedented. Nobody would have imagined that one leader could garner this kind of support. My video journalist Vivek is bringing you the visuals. As you can see that how these supporters have climbed the wall, because the entire venue is packed over here, and the sentiment is all for Pilot. We'll speak to some of them. आज आप यहाँ पे आए हो, जो कांग्रेस गवर्नमेंट है वो ये कह रही है कि ये पार्टी के खिलाफ है जो अनशन कर रहा है।
मैं सबसे पहले तो आपको बताना चाहता हूँ, ये पार्टी खिलाफ अनशन, ये भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ है। जो गहलोत गुट पायलट साहब को टारगेट करता है कि गुर्जर समाज का नेता है। आप कैमरा घुमा के देखो, 36 कौम पायलट जी के साथ है। और जो जनता में जो रोष है वो एक बात का है कि 5 साल गहलोत, 5 साल वसुंधरा, इनका गठजोड़ है। भ्रष्टाचार को उजागर करने के लिए पायलट साहब ने अनशन किया है। 36 कौम पायलट साहब के साथ है। इस अनशन से ही तो अभी पिक्चर जांच होनी चाहिए और पायलट साहब जो वसुंधरा ने जो भ्रष्टाचार किया है
sentiment. They are saying that either it's been Vasundhara Raje or it's been Ashok Gehlot. They want a new face. Rajasthan wants a new face. So that is the sentiment that is coming from the ground. And to your question, there are multiple leaders from the Congress party that have reached here at the sentiment over here at the protest site over here, and they've all gathered around this stage. We move towards the venue of protest site and show you the visuals of Sachin Pilot, how he's sitting in the middle as all the supporters have just gathered around him and are hailing him. They're all saying that it is high time that the corruption should be highlighted. You can see that this is the inside view of the entire venue, and you can see drums, there are slogans, patriotic slogans, how these supporters are standing on the wall, and they have been standing here for past couple of hours, let me tell you. So the dedication is also on the exhibition, that the delegation is very pro-pilot, the dedication is very high, and they say that the concerns that Sachin Pilot is raising are very important. But at the same time, this kind of massive support has sent chills down the spine of the Congress top brass, and which is why we see Mr. Sukhvinder Singh Randhawa running down to the national capital to seek intervention from the Congress top brass. It is there, Sachin Pilot, right in front of our visuals, sitting at the center of the protest. It's a one-day fast that Mr. Pilot is observing, people coming in, coming out. The protest is massive, and it is a successful protest, and it has been able to garner a lot of support over here, and Sachin Pilot has been able to prove the point that he is not going to bow down easy. What needs to be seen here is that how will this turn out for the Congress party in the end? Because we've seen that the top brass of the Congress party always in support of Ashok Gehlot, even at the time when there were but the Lord wanted both, and in the end he had to keep that. So we'll have to see that will this be of any profit, or in the end this is going to turn out as Punjab and Congress failed in the end in its
Massive turnout there, and lots of high voltage drama around you. I can see loud sloganeering all around, and we've seen that this how does this really unfold for the Congress party, because as in our previous reports you pointed out that the Congress party is of course scrambling to hold on to the state it has governments in the few states it is left in, and we are seeing how this is an all-out war in the Congress party. You have a deputy against the chief minister, and Pilot is showing his strength. You can see this massive show of strength there. You also pointed out that Sukhvinder Singh Randhawa is headed to Delhi. Right now we have heard of many reactions from the Congress leaders. They were slamming Sachin Pilot up until now, but now that you are saying that the party in charge who's taking care of the situation there in Rajasthan is now headed to New Delhi to communicate to the top brass. How is it going to pan out now? Are we going to see the Congress top command, the top brass reaching out to Sachin Pilot? What kind of possibilities of it do we see?
Well, if you talk about the issues that Sachin Pilot has been keeping from day one, the first issue that he had kept was of the corruption. He said that at the time in 2019 elections had happened, the issue of the corruption that was flagged by the Ashok Gehlot government, that they're going to take in charge, they're going to take action in that connection, but that did not happen. So that was one reason that now again the elections have come. According to Sachin Pilot, the Congress party must have a face to produce a report card that yes, we have come through on all the promises, and that has not happened. So Sachin Pilot has been highlighting these promises since day one, even in 2020 when and there was a lot of rift in the Congress party, he had highlighted that the kind of development that is taking place in Rajasthan is not in keeping up with the times and demands of the people, and that he must be given more responsibility. Though at that time Priyanka Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi had promised him a lot, but I believe that has fallen flat, because that has forced once again Mr. Pilot to come out at the stage and stage a protest. We are joined by a couple of supporters over here. कांग्रेस पार्टी ये बोल रही है सर कि ये जो सचिन पायलट कह रहे हैं ये एंटी पार्टी एक्टिविटी है, कैसे देखते हैं?
ये फाइट करप्शन के विरुद्ध है। इस देश को करप्शन ने खोखला कर दिया है। इस प्रदेश में लगातार करप्शन, वसुंधरा राजे के शासन में इतना भारी करप्शन हुआ, संस्थागत करप्शन हुआ। ललित मोदी ने
पार्टी कह रही है कि अनशन करने की क्या जरूरत है, आप हमसे बात करिए। ये एक तरीके का ऐसे लग रहा है कि दो गुट बन गए।
भ्रष्टाचार के विरुद्ध बात करने की किसी को किसी से जरूरत नहीं है इस देश में। फिर भी पायलट जी ने 13 महीने पहले मुख्यमंत्री को चिट्ठी लिखी थी। 13 महीने में तो मुख्यमंत्री जी का फर्ज बनता था कि वो कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा सोनिया गांधी जी के पास जाते और कहते कि सचिन पायलट अगर भ्रष्टाचार उजागर करेंगे वसुंधरा का या मुझसे जांच करवाएंगे तो पार्टी को नुकसान होगा। वो कहते 13 महीने से वो उस चिट्ठी को ही गोल किए बैठे हैं और ये कह रहे हैं रंधावा जी। तो भाई आप जब आ गए थे तो आप पूछते प्रभारी का ड्यूटी है, मैं प्रभारी बन जाऊं कर्नाटक का तो जाते ही पूछूंगा यहाँ पुराने मसले क्या हैं। तो गहलोत जी कहते कि मेरे पास पायलट की 5 चिट्ठियाँ हैं, 2 चिट्ठियाँ हैं, एक 13 महीने पुरानी, एक नवंबर की। लेकिन भैया वो तो भ्रष्टाचार के मामले में अब क्यों है उनका कमजोर रवैया, क्या कह सकते हैं?
What they are highlighting is it's a very pertinent point that time and again Mr. Pilot had highlighted that 13 months back, then again in November, that there should be a fight against corruption, but that his woes were met with a deaf ear, and also at the same time that it was the duty of Mr. Randhawa to come and ask that what are the issues pertaining to the state. Instead, they are passing the buck to Sachin Pilot, and that is something that cannot be entertained, and which is why such massive support has come in support of Sachin Pilot. These are the visuals on my background. You can see that how these protesters in huge numbers have poured in here at the protest site, and they continue to hail Sachin Pilot and denounce the incumbent government, which they believe that did not fall, that did not really fulfill the promises that were made specifically when it comes to fighting corruption.
I love you.
Right, okay. Stay with us, Madhurima. Let's listen into what Leader of Opposition in Rajasthan, Rajendra Singh Rathore, had to say on this development.
सरकार का अंतर्कलह अब चरम पर है। अपमान की राजनीति इस कदर इस आगे पहुंच गई है कि आखिर जिस व्यक्ति ने सरकार को निर्माण में सबसे अहम भूमिका निभाई थी, आज वो अनशन पर जा रहे हैं, सहारा ले रहे हैं पूर्ववर्ती सरकार का। उनके मन में पीड़ा है अपने अपमान की और इस सरकार के में भ्रष्टाचार के तांडव की। ये खुली चुनौती है आलाकमान को। आलाकमान ने कहा कि अनुशासनहीनता है, इनके प्रभारी सुखजिंदर सिंह जी ने कहा अनुशासनहीनता है, पर वो अड़िग है। मैं समझता हूं कि उनका ये अनशन इस कांग्रेस के ताबूत में आखिरी कील होगा, क्योंकि अब कांग्रेस विघटन की ओर आगे बढ़ चुकी है। पूरे देश के अंदर कांग्रेस का आलाकमान अब कमज़ोर हो गया है। 2 बार चुनौतियां मिल गई। एक बार गहलोत साहब के गुट ने दी, जब यहाँ राय मुसारी के लिए आलाकमान के दूत के रूप में मल्लिकार्जुन और उनके साथी यहाँ आए, अजय माकन, बेरंग लोटे, और आज ये दूसरी बार है। इसका खामियाजा जनता ने भुगता। पूरे 4 साल 4 महीने पुरानी सरकार में मुख्यमंत्री जी का काम सिर्फ एक ही रहा, अपनी सरकार को बचाए रखना, अपनी कुर्सी को बचाए रखना। इसीलिए आज राजस्थान के अंदर ना विकास है, ना जन समस्याओं का निराकरण है, ना कानून और ना व्यवस्थाएं हैं। इसीलिए जनता ने ये भुगता है। मैं समझता हूँ कांग्रेस का ये अंतर्कलह कांग्रेस की सरकार के लिए बड़ा संकट पैदा करेगा।
Right. BJP there calling it the final nail in the coffin for the Congress party. But of course, we'll have to wait and watch how this, of course, pilot's landing does pan out. We'll have to wait and watch. But remember, Republic TV is there on the ground getting the latest updates and keeping you ahead on this week's political story. But right now, time to move on to some other story that are making news at this point in time. Discussing the resilience and growth of the Indian economy at the Peterson Institute for International Economics in Washington, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman gave a befitting reply to the negative Western perception of India.
Somebody who's interested in receiving investments, I would only say, come have a look at what's happening in India, rather than listen to perceptions being built by people who have not even visited on the ground.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman met a delegation of Sikh Americans while she was in US. The delegation said that the steps taken by Prime Minister Modi in the interest of Sikh community, including their long pending demands, have resulted in the fizzling out of the separatist Khalistan movement. Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejashwi Yadav on Tuesday joined the Enforcement Directorate investigation in a Land for Jobs case involving his father and former Railway Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav and other family members. The Supreme Court on Monday upheld the Madras High Court orders allowing the RSS to hold marches in state and dismissed the appeals of the Tamil Nadu government. On the 27th of March, the top court had reserved its verdict on pleas of the Tamil Nadu government against the 10th February order of the Madras High Court allowing the RSS to hold marches in the state. According to sources, Pawalpreet Singh during the interrogation revealed certain details regarding his role in hiding Waris Punjab De Chief Amritpal Singh. Sources say that Pawalpreet told the agency that Amritpal is not in touch with any local support system for now and that he is in contact with some people sitting abroad via internet calls. Republic has accessed the details of a dossier that the Punjab police has filed for Amritpal's aide Pawalpreet. According to the dossier, apart from Amritpal, Pawalpreet is associated with 3 other radical organizations. He was also with the Amritpal during Ajnala police station siege. Mafia-turned-politician Atiq Ahmed will be taken to Prayagraj amid tight security. The gangster is currently lodged in a Sabarmati jail in Gujarat in connection with Umesh Pal murder case. And time now to take a quick look at the top story making headlines from across the world. Amid shockwaves over leaks of highly classified documents, White House raises concerns of additional leaks. Pentagon says online leaks of highly classified documents about the Ukraine war present a very serious risk to national security. Taiwan's president condemns China's military drills in the Taiwan Strait, even as Taiwanese defense ministry says 9 Chinese warships, 26 aircraft are around the island. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un holds a meeting with the senior military officials, emphasis on US and South Korean joint military exercises. Secretary of State Antony Blinken welcomes Bangladeshi Foreign Minister to Washington, D.C. for bilateral talks on Monday. India and the United States held discussions over the Chinese spy balloons that were shot down by the American Air Force recently after being detected at a very high altitude there, carrying out suspicious activities. Here's a report.
India and the US held discussions over the Chinese spy balloons that was shot down by the American Air Force recently. Asked whether the issue of the Chinese spy balloon incident came up, Pacific Air Force Commander General Kenneth S. Wilkes-Barre said that they had a very brief conversation and dialogue with most of the air chiefs in the region. He also said that for the first time ever, two B-1 long-range bombers of the US Air Force joined the bilateral air exercise Scope India, which got underway on 10th of April. The exercise is taking place in three locations: Panagarh and Kalaikunda in West Bengal and Agra in Uttar Pradesh. The development of the US bombers in an exercise for the first time is extremely significant for the military cooperation between the two countries. This also comes amid China-Taiwan tensions as Beijing continues to accuse the US of interfering in the matter. US Pacific Air Force Commander General Kenneth was visiting India. Commander General Kenneth said that India is an important defense ally of America. That's why America had also informed India about the Chinese balloon. Agency report, Republic TV.
With that, it's a wrap on this edition, but lots more on the other side. 1984 riot investigation is back to haunt the Vadra Congress. Tytler summoned for voice sample collection. And BJP confirms a churn in Maharashtra politics, says the picture will be clear in January next year. Lots more on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
What do you see our country as in 2030 in diplomatic and political terms?
I see more change between now and 2030 than I saw in the last 40 years.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
जूनियर वर्ल्ड चैंपियन रहे हैं नीरज चोपड़ा।
2020 में बेस्ट वन पदक जीत लिया है भारत के थ्रोअर नीरज चोपड़ा ने।
दशकों पुरानी समस्याओं का समाधान होते हुए आज देश अपनी आंखों के सामने देख रहा है। और कभी कभी लोग कह भी रहे हैं कि हमने सोचा नहीं था कि हम जीते जी ये देख पाएंगे। ऐसा कई लोग कहते हैं और इसके दो प्रमुख कारण हैं। पहला, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों का आत्मविश्वास जो कहता है यस, इट इज इंडियाज मोमेंट। और दूसरा, भारत के 130 करोड़ लोगों की सोच जो कहती है नेशन फर्स्ट।
Dear viewers, in a few days we are bringing to you once again the Republic Summit. And this year our theme is fittingly about how this is a time of transformation. Yes, this is a time of transformation for an India that is growing 4 times faster than the world average. It is a time of transformation for an India whose manufacturing exports grow 40% year on year on the back of COVID, while China witnesses a major loss. This is a time of transformation, of opportunity for India that has let go of the dollar hangover, and the rupee is closer to being accepted as international currency. And nearly 60% of all digital payments are already UPI based. Isn't this the very moment to come together and think of how we can make the transformation even quicker? So please join me and join all of us at Republic TV as we bring to you the Republic Summit this year on the theme of a time of transformation. See you there.
3, 2, 1,
Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic TV this Tuesday afternoon. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest. And remember, India's biggest news event is back. The third edition of the Republic Summit will be held in the national capital this month. The biggest names, the biggest newsmakers, the biggest agents of change and transformation in India will be at the Republic Summit once again this year. So stand by for what will be, by far, India's biggest news event by miles. It's time now to see what is making the headlines. Ahead of Rajasthan elections, Pilot launches his most open revolt against Vadra Congress.
कांग्रेस का एक कल्चर रहा है, लेकिन हाँ, राजस्थान का यह विशेष परिस्थिति का निर्माण हो गया है, इसका समाधान कुछ करना चाहिए.
Rahul and Priyanka seem to side with Gehlot. Miffed Vadra Congress now attacks Sachin Pilot. (1984) riot investigation back to haunt Congress. Tytler summoned for voice sample collection. BJP confirms turn in Maharashtra politics, says picture will be clear in January 2024. Finance Minister slams Western media, says those writing reports must visit India first. Financial Times yet to pull down its report despite Adani's sharp response on allegations. Viewers, let's go straight to our top story. It's the most open revolt by Sachin Pilot against the Vadra Congress. The former Deputy Chief Minister of Rajasthan is on a day-long dharna in Jaipur to protest against Gehlot government's inaction on corruption. What this has turned out to be is a massive show of strength. The Congress is in panic mode right now. Joining me live is Madhurima. She is on ground while Sachin Pilot is protesting in Jaipur. Madhurima, it is a very, very big development coming in. It's an open revolt, a big open revolt against the Vadra Congress. Also going on to show, yet again, the kind of rift which exists in the Congress.
Well, absolutely, Shivangi. And the show of strength over here that has been put forth by Sachin Pilot is massive. As you can see here, that how people have poured out in huge number here at Shaheed Smarak in Jaipur, where Sachin Pilot is fasting today. It's a one-day fast. He's not eating, he's not speaking, and he will continue to do so till 5 p.m. the entire day. He is observing this satyagraha to make sure that the promises that were made by the Congress party at the time when they had come in power in 2019 in the state of Rajasthan are met, because according to Sachin Pilot, all the promises that were made by the Ashok Gehlot government of fighting corruption have not been fulfilled, and he has been pointing it time and again. He had written a letter 13 months back, then a second letter was written in the month of November 2022, but it seems like the Gehlot government is not paying any heed to the letters that were...
आपने पूछ लिया, मैंने बता दो सर, जो वॉइस सैंपल है वो यहाँ पे रिकॉर्ड की जाएंगे. जान है, इन्होंने कहा कि अगर एक भी एविडेंस हमें कंसल्टेशन हो गया तो तैयार हूँ. कंसल्टेशन हो गया, हाँ ठीक है, थैंक यू. क्या भेजूंगे? जो वॉइस सैंपल्स है वो इनसे दे देंगे और आप यहाँ से.
All right, viewers, getting these back-to-back details coming in. Let's go back to what is happening. Let us go back to what is happening right now. Now, we just heard, trying to get a reaction from Jagdish Tytler, because As of now, the big news which has come in is that the voice samples of the anti-Sikh rights accused Congress leader Jagdish Tytler are being collected by the CBI's forensic lab, and Jagdish Tytler has been summoned in connection with the violence in the national capital's area in 1984, where 3 people were killed. The Congress leader is accused of inciting a mob that murdered the victims there. So we're getting these details coming in right now, trying to really get more updates. But Tytler right now is at the CBI headquarters, viewers, for the probe. He arrived.
9 years, sir. Don't you think that now it's a time for you to closure? Say something.
I don't want to say anything.
Why, sir?
I want let the government do their own job.
No, the government is doing their own job, sir. But what do you now regret about what you have done?
What have you done? What have I done? Which have see again? You are one person. You are one person who makes it a person something. What have you done? What have you done? What have you done?
Sir, if you
yourself said 25 years, and now you tell me what you have done.
After 39 years, sir. Sir, जो voice samples दिए गए
कौन सा आरोप लगाया है?
सर आपको मेन
कौन सा आरोप लगाया? आप एक जना पुट करे सर कौन सा आरोप?
सर पुल पंगस मामले में जो एक की डेथ हुई, 3 की डेथ हुई थी और आग लगाई गई थी गुरुद्वारा में, उसके लेकर
उसके तो बारे हुआ ही नहीं बात. उसके बाद हुई नहीं. ये तो बिल्कुल डिफरेंट. पता करो जाके. नथिंग टू डू विद दैट 84 thing.
Tytler sir, you regret about the entire incident which happened, sir? You've been made as a key suspect. After all, they would have found something evidence now. आपको इसलिए लगाया हुआ है.
If there is one evidence, no, I'm prepared to hang myself. Let me tell you that. If there was evidence, one evidence, they would have registered a FIR against me. 30 years they have not done it. They're still doing an inquiry. And now you're asking me, look at the way kind of things which they're saying to me. बिल्कुल गलत बात है, झूठी बात है. कोई केस 84 का नहीं है. There is something else which they wanting my voice.
सर वो क्या बात थी किस मामले को लेकर फिर आए?
या आप उनसे पूछिए.
जगदीश सर आज आपने वॉइस हालांकि इसी मना किया कि 84 राइट्स का कोई मामला नहीं है, कोई वॉइस सैंपल देने के लिए नहीं आए.
All right, so there was a exclusive, Republic exclusive with Jagdish Tytler there, where my colleague Piyush is asking him a couple of questions. And what Jagdish Tytler is saying, he's right now at the CBI office, he's saying that if there's 1 ounce of evidence, then he will hang himself. And he's also saying that he has done nothing wrong. Also saying those details, saying that this is a choti baat, a small matter, and he is saying there is no evidence against him whatsoever, basically denying all the allegations against him, viewers. We're getting these back-to-back details. A very, very big story coming in right now. Jagdish Tytler is at the CBI headquarters. He, in fact, will be giving his voice sample in the 1984 rights case, because CBI has found fresh evidence in the rights case, making it necessary.
Doing your own job, but what do you now regret about what you have done?
What have you done? What have I done? Which have see again? You are one person. You are one person who makes it a person something. What have you done? What have you done? What have you done?
Sir, if you
yourself said 25 years, and now you tell me what you have done.
After 39 years, sir, जो वॉइस सैंपल्स दिए गए
कौन सा आरोप लगाया है?
सर आपको मेन
कौन सा आरोप लगाया? एक जना पुट करे सर कौन सा आरोप?
पुल पंगस मामले में जो एक की डेथ हुई, 3 की डेथ हुई थी और आग लगाई गई थी गुरुद्वारा में, उसके लेकर
उसके तो बारे हुआ ही नहीं बात. उसके बाद हुई नहीं. ये तो बिल्कुल डिफरेंट. पता करो जाके. नथिंग टू डू विद दैट 84 thing.
Tytler sir, you regret about the entire incident which happened, sir? You've been made as a key suspect. After all, they would have found something evidence now. आपको इसलिए लगाया हुआ है.
If there is one evidence, no, I'm prepared to hang myself. Let me tell you that. If there was evidence, one evidence, they would have registered a FIR against me. 30 years they have not done it. They're still doing an inquiry. And now you're asking me that look at the way kind of things which they're saying to me. बिल्कुल गलत बात है, झूठी बात है. कोई केस 84 का नहीं है. There is something else which they wanting my voice.
सर वो क्या बात थी किस मामले को लेकर फिर आए?
आप उनसे पूछिए.
और सर किस मामले को लेकर था सर? Sir, because the allegations are not stopping.
came here to give your audio recording samples. So what was it for?
There's one statement they wanted me to. This has nothing to do with 84 rights. Nothing to do with it. There's another somebody had put a complaint that Mr. Tytler said something. So they want to know if I had said this. But
so justice has not been given to the victims who were part of this tragedy.
Listen.
And you are accused in that.
No, I'm not accused. This again, I'm saying, you media have created a hell for me. It's all right.
Why are you here, sir?
Why? I've told you that there's nothing to do with 84. There's another case which they wanted my voice. So I've given my voice.
So, but that case was also related
you
to
ask them, if you ask them, if that is the case, then it will be something makes it. Because बात हुई नहीं है नहीं कोई और बात
in your party also there is so much of influx which is happening. Sachin Pilot is sitting on protest.
I don't want to speak on anything. आपने पूछ लिया मैंने बता दिया.
All right, let's go straight to Piyush. Piyush, Ori is joining us live. Piyush, you confronted Jagdish Tytler. He is a Congress leader and accused in the 1984 anti-Sikh riots. And he's telling you, while you confronted him, that this is just a choti baat. That's what he's saying. Even though he has been summoned by the CBI to give his voice sample in the 1984 riots case. Piyush.
Well, Shivangi, what I can tell you is that from 1984 to 2023, what you have seen, Jagdish Tytler is being defiant and not willing to admit of probably his role or mistake in the 1984 riots. And again today, when we asked him this pointed question of whether he expressed any form of regret in his probable role in the 1984 riots, he once again brushed aside our claims and said that it was only Republic which had the temerity to ask him such questions and frame him guilty. But yes, when he's been made suspect for several years, there are several questions which Jagdish Tytler needs to answer. And again, we pointed him these questions of why, even after so many years, the inquiry is going on, the investigating agencies are asking his role in the 1984 riots. There are several victims who are naming him directly of being part of 1984 riots. These are some very tough questions which Jagdish Tytler needs to answer, and we again pointed these questions to him, to which he again brushed aside our questions. Today he was being summoned by the CBI for submitting his voice sample. Again, he told us that this was not related to the 1984 riots. This was related to one of the complaints which was done against him by one of the complainants, and he again was being made accused for no rhyme or reason. So again, now it is going to be interesting to see that since his voice sample has been taken by the investigative agencies, what further course of action is going to be taken, because after so many years, because there has been no action that has been taken against Jagdish Tytler, it is because of this only that Jagdish Tytler has the temerity to tell us that despite so many years, he's only been hounded since no action has been taken against him of his probable role in the 1984 riots. Back to the studio.
Right, and Piyush, not just no action has been taken against Jagdish Tytler. A short while back, Congress promoted the tainted Jagdish Tytler. He's accused in the 1984 riots case. He was appointed AICC elected member. He was made a part of the party's campaign team for the civic polls. Forget about any kind of punishment, any kind of strict action. He is being promoted by the Congress, and right now he's calling the 84 riots a choti baat. Piyush.
Well, you know what? Every time when you ask him this question of whether he expresses regret of his role in 1984 riots, as we again did to him today, he just brushed aside this question and said that he was being framed, he was being made guilty, and it was channels like Republic that had made his life a living hell. However, it is also important to note over here, Shivangi, that there are several victims who today, on the note, again tell that it is Jagdish Tytler who was there, who was responsible for the 1984 riots, and he should be made guilty of what he actually has done. Having said that, because for so many years there has been no strict punishment that has been given to Jagdish Tytler. The Congress has also rewarded him for several years. In fact, again, as you just rightly mentioned, there have been several posts, higher posts that have been given to Jagdish Tytler despite his tainted image. So yes, a lot more has to be questioned, a lot more has to be answered by the Congress, that why, despite having such a tainted image,